Welcome, and thank you for joining me tonight. As you settle in, find a comfortable position and let the gentle weight of the day begin to drift away. We're about to embark on a journey together, but it's not a journey across land or through the sky. Tonight, we leave the familiar world behind and sink into the deep, quiet mystery of the sea. I invite you to close your eyes, to let your breathing slow, and to imagine yourself floating, weightless, in the silent, dark water. The stories we'll explore are not meant to startle, but to soothe, not to frighten, but to fill you with a sense of profound wonder. Our focus is on a particular kind of mystery, one that exists not in our skies, but beneath our oceans. They are called USOs, Unidentified Submerged Objects. While their aerial cousins, UFOs, have captured the public imagination for decades, USOs operate in a realm far more secretive and inaccessible. The deep ocean is our planet's final frontier, a place of crushing pressure and eternal night, where we have mapped less of the landscape than we have the surface of Mars. It is in this hidden world that these encounters occur, witnessed not by civilians in remote fields, but by some of the most highly trained observers on Earth, the officers and crew of the United States Navy. The accounts we will share over the coming episodes are not drawn from rumor or sensational tabloids. Each one is anchored in documentation, declassified Navy logs, pilot reports, sonar operator transcripts, and after-action reviews. These are cases where professional mariners and aviators, using the most advanced sensor technology of their time, detected objects that defied all conventional explanation. The credibility comes from the sources themselves, individuals whose careers depend on accurate identification, for whom misreading a radar blip or a sonar contact can have grave consequences. They reported what they saw, often with great reluctance, and their testimonies form a quiet, persistent record of the unexplained. What you can expect from this series is a calm, deep dive into 10 of these authenticated encounters. We will move slowly, deliberately, painting each scene with words, focusing on the eerie calm of the ocean, the hum of shipboard systems, the sudden tension in a sonar room, and the lingering questions left in the wake of something unknown. This is designed as a sleep story, a narrative to carry you into relaxation and dreams. There is no need to hold on to every detail. Let the flow of the mystery wash over you. If you drift off before the end, that's perfectly fine. The journey is meant to be a gentle companion. So, as the ambient sounds of the deep ocean surround you, imagine the vast, dark water below. Picture the thin hull of a ship separating a well-ordered world of human routine from the infinite, unknown abyss. Tonight, we cross that boundary. We dive beneath the waves into 10 authenticated encounters that the U.S. Navy couldn't explain. Encounters that whisper of technologies and intelligences operating just beyond the edge of our understanding. Let the depth of the mystery soothe you. Let the quiet awe of the unknown calm your mind. And now, as we begin our descent into the first case, just let go and listen. Imagine, for a moment, a world of perpetual twilight, where mountains taller than Everest lie hidden in the dark, and canyons deeper than the Grand Canyon split the seafloor. This world is not on some distant exoplanet. It is here, on our own Earth, covering over 70% of its surface. Yet, we have only glimpsed about 5% of its vast, submerged landscape. The rest remains a realm of shadow and silence, a place more alien to us than the lunar surface. This profound ignorance is the first, and perhaps most important, clue in the USO mystery. We are not just searching for objects in the sea. We are searching for them in our planet's last great wilderness, a place where almost anything could hide, for centuries, undetected. This environment creates a unique challenge for detection. In the sky, radar sweeps the open air, a medium that is relatively uniform and transparent to our instruments. But water is a different beast entirely. It is dense, a chaotic medium filled with thermal layers, salinity gradients, and biological noise. Sound, not light or radio waves, becomes the primary tool for navigation and discovery. Sonar pings travel through this shifting, complex soup, and their echoes must be interpreted by skilled operators who can distinguish between a whale, a school of fish, a sunken wreck, or something entirely other. The deep ocean is the ultimate sensor-denial environment, a place where even the most advanced technology grapples with fundamental physical limits, creating a perfect stage for the unexplained to appear and vanish. It is perhaps because of this challenging environment that USOs remain in the shadow of their more famous aerial counterparts. UFOs appear in our shared sky, visible to anyone who looks up. Their mysteries unfold in the open air, witnessed by farmers, pilots, and entire towns. A USO, however, performs its enigmatic ballet in a theater with no public seating. Its witnesses are specialists, sonar technicians on a night watch, pilots on a patrol hundreds of miles from shore, submariners sworn to secrecy. Their stories are logged in classified documents, not local newspapers. The mystery of the deep is, by its very nature, a quieter, more professional, and more insulated mystery, which makes the accounts that do surface all the more compelling. The military's relationship with this mystery is long and documented. Since the widespread adoption of sonar in the mid-20th century, navies around the world have logged contacts that defied classification. These weren't fleeting shadows or vague blips. They were often solid, tangible returns that behaved with unnerving purpose. They would appear on sonar at depths no conventional craft could survive, hold a perfect formation with a moving vessel for hours, or demonstrate acceleration profiles that turn the laws of hydrodynamics into mere suggestions. For every official dismissal, there existed a hushed conversation in a ship's wardroom or a carefully worded entry in an official log, preserving a puzzle that had no solution. This leads to a crucial distinction: the difference between a regular submarine and an anomalous contact. Modern submarines are engineering marvels, but they are bound by the same physics as the ships on the surface. They move through water, creating specific acoustic signatures, cavitation noises, and thermal blooms. They cannot, for instance, descend instantly to abyssal plains several miles down, nor can they accelerate from a dead stop to hundreds of knots in a heartbeat. A USO contact, as described in these Navy reports, often does exactly that. It operates as if gravity, pressure, and water resistance are minor inconveniences rather than immutable laws. It is this repeated demonstration of impossible performance that separates a possible foreign sub from a true unidentified submerged object. To appreciate the credibility of these reports, one must understand the sophistication of the sensors involved. We are not talking about simple echolocators. Modern naval vessels are equipped with towed array sonars that can listen for sounds hundreds of miles away, hull-mounted systems that paint a detailed 3D picture of the surrounding water, and airborne sonobuoys dropped from patrol planes that create a moving net of acoustic detection. These systems can classify a vessel by the specific frequency of its propeller, estimate its size, speed, and depth with remarkable accuracy. When such a network, operated by a trained crew, tags an object as unknown and records its impossible maneuvers, it carries a weight that a blurry photograph in the sky simply cannot match. So, we approach these 10 cases not as wild fantasies, but as the sobering outliers in a vast dataset of normal maritime operations. They are the data points that don't fit the graph, the echoes that return with a signature that shouldn't exist. They represent moments when the veil of the unknown, which always hangs over the deep ocean, was briefly and startlingly pulled back to reveal a capability that outstrips our own. The Navy's logs are, in a way, a catalog of awe. a record of highly disciplined professionals encountering the inexplicable on their own, highly instrumented turf. What moves at impossible speeds beneath our warships? What technology allows objects to transition seamlessly from sky to sea? These are the quiet, profound questions that linger after the sonar contact fades and the official report is filed away. The answers, if they exist, lie buried in those uncharted depths, in that 95% of our own world we have yet to meet. As we prepare to explore our first specific case, let this vast, dark context settle around you. The stories you are about to hear are not isolated oddities. They are glimpses into the deep, enduring mystery of our own planet, a mystery that whispers to us from just beneath the waves, inviting us to wonder and, tonight, to rest. Before we begin our descent into the first documented case, I'd like to offer a few gentle suggestions, especially if this is your first time joining us for a sleep story. This is a different kind of listening experience, one designed not to demand your focus, but to invite your relaxation. Think of this not as a lecture to be remembered, but as a narrative tide meant to carry you softly into a state of calm. There is no test at the end, no details you must hold on to. Your only task tonight is to let go. First, find a position where your body can fully release its tension. For most, this is lying down in bed, your head supported comfortably on a pillow. Allow your arms to rest loosely at your sides, or place a hand gently on your stomach to feel the slow, steady rhythm of your breath. If you're elsewhere, on a couch, in a favorite chair, just ensure you feel supported and secure. Let the weight of your body be held completely by the surface beneath you. You might want to dim the lights or turn them off entirely, allowing the darkness behind your eyelids to become the canvas for the imagery we'll paint together. As the ambient sounds of the deep ocean surround you, give yourself permission to close your eyes. This simple act helps shift your brain away from processing the visual world and into a more receptive, inward state. Watch the gentle play of light and shadow on the inside of your eyelids. Notice any lingering thoughts from the day. Acknowledge them without judgment, and then imagine setting them gently aside, like placing a book on a nightstand. You can return to them later. For now, this time is yours. The narrative will now begin to unfold, detailing strange sonar contacts and mysterious craft beneath the waves. Listen to the words, but do not strain to memorize dates, coordinates, or technical terms. Let them wash over you. If your mind begins to wander, following its own thread of memory or imagination, that's perfectly wonderful. There is no wrong way to experience this. The story will continue its steady, calm progression whether you are tracking every detail or floating in a pleasant, semi-aware state. In fact, drifting is the goal. This is the most important thing to remember. You have full permission to fall asleep at any point. Do not fight it, and do not feel as if you've failed to finish if you drift off before the episode ends. Consider it a success. The story is structured so that each case we explore is a complete, self-contained mystery, yet they all connect to the broader theme of oceanic unknowns. If you fall asleep during Case 3, you will have still experienced a journey into the deep. You can always return another night to hear the cases you missed, or listen again to the same one, discovering new layers in a story that soothed you to sleep before. For our returning subscribers, welcome back. You already know the deep comfort this format can bring, a familiar ritual of mystery and calm. Whether this is your first visit or your 10th, thank you for making this a part of your wind-down routine. If you find this a helpful gateway to relaxation and rest, consider liking this episode or subscribing to the channel. It's a quiet way to signal that this kind of content helps you find peace, and it ensures you're gently notified when we release our next deep dive into the unexplained, giving you another tool for your relaxation. This time is now yours, a dedicated space for unwinding, for wonder without worry, for curiosity without pressure. Let the outside world fade into a soft murmur. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Just breathe in, slowly, and breathe out, even more slowly. With each exhalation, feel yourself becoming a little heavier, a little more relaxed, a little more ready to be carried away on a current of story. Your mind is free to wander the dark, peaceful seabed of its own imagination, guided only by the calm, steady voice you hear. Now, let us descend into the first encounter, into a moment of quiet shock on the vast Pacific. The year was 1952, and off the fog-shrouded coast of California, the crew of a U.S. Navy destroyer on a routine training exercise watched their most advanced equipment reveal something that should not have been there. A contact was moving beneath their ship, a silent companion in the deep, traveling at a speed that turned the ocean into a highway of impossible physics. Let's go there now, to that post-war world, to the chill of the morning sea, and to the first log entry that started it all. In the late summer of 1958, the world's attention was fixed on the tensions of the Cold War. A silent struggle played out in proxy conflicts and technological one-upmanship. Amid this global backdrop, the massive, floating city that was the USS Franklin D, Roosevelt carved a steady, purposeful course through the placid waters of the Mediterranean Sea. The Rosie, as her crew affectionately called her, was a midway-class aircraft carrier, a veteran of Korea, and a potent symbol of American naval power. Her deck, over 900 feet long, normally thrummed with the roar of jet engines, but on this particular September night, she was engaged in a quieter, though no less vigilant, duty, a routine patrol in international waters, a show of presence in a region of simmering strategic importance. The Mediterranean, on this evening, lived up to its reputation for serenity. The often turbulent sea had settled into a vast, dark mirror. A gentle, consistent breeze did little more than ripple the surface, and the swell was a long, lazy roll that the great ship absorbed with a gentle, rhythmic sway. Above, a moonless sky blazed with stars, their light so sharp and clear it seemed you could reach up and gather them in your hand. Those stars were perfectly reflected in the inky black water below, creating a disorienting, beautiful illusion, as if the carrier was sailing through the very heart of the cosmos, suspended between twin fields of ancient light. The air was cool and clean, carrying the distinct, metallic scent of salt and jet fuel. Aboard the carrier, life followed the relentless, structured tempo of naval routine. The day watch had completed their duties, their reports filed, their tools stowed. The evening meal was long over, and the ship had settled into the quieter rhythms of the night shift. For most of the crew, this was a time for maintenance, study, or a few precious hours of sleep in their racks, lulled by the distant hum of the engines and the ship's subtle motion. The corridors, wide enough for two sailors to pass, were pools of shadow punctuated by the soft glow of battle lanterns, creating a world of hushed footsteps and murmured conversations. On the bridge, the officer of the deck peered out into the encompassing darkness, his eyes methodically scanning the horizon. His was a watch of patience, of verifying the ship's position on the chart, of monitoring communications, and of maintaining the endless log that documented every aspect of the voyage. The radar screens glowed a soft green, their sweeping arms painting a picture of an empty sea for miles around. All was quiet, normal, and precisely as expected. The sea was a known quantity, the ship a bastion of order, and the night just another in a long line of peaceful patrols. Beneath the waterline, in the sonar room, the atmosphere was one of focused calm. Here, the world was perceived not by sight, but by sound. Operators, their faces softly illuminated by the amber glow of their scopes, wore headphones that connected them directly to the deep. The steady ping, ping, ping of the active sonar system was the heartbeat of this submerged world. With each pulse of sound energy sent out into the watery darkness, an echo would return, painting a sonic picture of the environment. The gentle slope of the seafloor far below, the scattered biology of fish schools, and the vast, empty volume of water surrounding the carrier's hull. It was a routine, almost meditative task, interpreting these echoes, classifying them, and logging them as known, harmless contacts. The transition from the bustling day to the quiet night watch was complete. The massive ship was a self-contained island of light, sound, and life, a tiny outpost of human presence adrift on an ancient, dark sea. Every man was at his station, performing his duty with the professional calm born of training and repetition. The Mediterranean night wrapped around the vessel, peaceful and deep, holding no hint of the extraordinary. The logs were up to date, the course was steady, and the sea, for all its hidden mysteries, presented a blank, quiet face to the most advanced sensors of the age. It was the very picture of controlled, predictable normality. But routine would soon become extraordinary. In the sonar room, amidst the rhythmic pings and the gentle hum of cooling fans, a single, new echo would return. At first, it would be just a faint, curious blip on the edge of the scope, something the operator might note with mild interest before classifying it as a probable deep-sea thermal layer or a large, solitary marine creature. Yet, this contact would not behave like biology, nor would it fade like an anomaly. Instead, it would solidify, hold its position relative to the moving carrier, and then begin to tell a story of motion that defied every manual, every expectation, and every law of underwater propulsion known to the engineers who built the very ship that was listening for it. The anomaly began not with a bang, but with a subtle shift in a familiar pattern. Sonar Operator Second Class James, let's call him that, as official records often omit such names, was midway through his watch, his attention divided between the sweeping line on his scope and the constant, low murmur of the ship around him. His ears, trained over hundreds of hours, filtered out the usual background symphony of the sea, the distant rush of water along the hull, the creak of the ship's frame, the faint, biological chatter of deep ocean life. Then, a new echo returned. It was a solid return, a crisp pingback that painted a small, defined shape on the green phosphor screen. His first, professional instinct was to classify it. Possible submerged contact, bearing 270, range 5,000 yards, he murmured, more to himself than to the quiet room. The initial assumption was logical, almost automatic. It had to be a submarine. This was the Cold War Mediterranean. Soviet diesel boats were known to play cat and mouse with NATO fleets, testing sonar boundaries and gathering intelligence. The officer of the watch was notified, and a mild, procedural alertness settled over the sonar team. They began to plot the contact's course and speed, a standard tracking procedure. The operator fine-tuned his controls, sending out another focused pulse. The echo returned, stronger now. He noted the coordinates, waited the precise interval, and pinged again. The new coordinates appeared. He plotted them, connected the dots with his grease pencil on the tracking glass, and then paused. He recalculated. A faint line of confusion appeared between his brows. The numbers refused to make sense. Based on the time between pings and the change in position, the object was moving at an estimated speed of over 150 knots. For a moment, he suspected an error in his own calculations or a fault in the equipment. 150 knots. He knew the specs of every naval vessel, friend or foe. The fastest attack submarines in the world, the cutting-edge nuclear ones still in development, could perhaps touch 40, maybe 45 knots in short bursts. This was more than 3 times that speed. It was a velocity that belonged to jet aircraft slicing through thin air, not to a solid object pushing against the dense, unforgiving medium of seawater. Water resistance alone should have torn any conceivable craft apart. As he continued to track, the data grew more bewildering. The depth readings were erratic in a way that defied all logic. One moment, the return indicated the object was holding at a depth of several hundred feet, well within the operational envelope of a military sub. Then, on the next sweep, it appeared to be nearly a mile down, hovering over the abyssal plain where the pressure would crush a steel hull like an aluminum can. Shortly after, it seemed to ascend to a mere 100 feet below the surface. These weren't slow, laborious changes in depth achieved with ballast tanks and angled planes. These were near instantaneous translations, as if the object was somehow teleporting vertically through the water column, indifferent to the crushing gradient of the deep. The movement pattern was not that of a vessel on a mission. It lacked purposeful linearity. The contact would dash forward at that impossible speed, then stop dead in the water, showing no momentum drift. It would hover for minutes, a stationary point in the moving sea, before darting off at a sharp, right-angled turn that ignored inertia completely. It moved in zigzags and sudden reversals, a pattern that served no tactical or navigational purpose any submariner would recognize. It was the behavior of something curious, or something displaying a form of propulsion so advanced that conventional maneuvers were irrelevant. By now, the other sonar operators in the room had been quietly alerted. Without a word, they focused their own secondary arrays, cross-referencing frequencies and bearings. One by one, they confirmed the contact. It was no ghost echo, no thermal layer phenomenon, no school of whales. It was a solid, tangible object occupying a defined volume of ocean. Their murmured confirmations filled the room with a growing sense of professional disbelief. I have it on passive, bearing confirms, no cavitation noise. No machinery signature at all. Active return is clean and hard. Metal maybe, but the speed. The watch officer, summoned to the sonar room, stood behind the operators, his eyes darting between the scopes and the tracking plot. His training offered no framework for this. This wasn't an unidentified contact. It was an impossible one. Every rule of hydrodynamics, every principle of submarine design, every intelligence report was rendered useless. His initial suspicion turned to cold fascination. This was something entirely outside the playbook of the Cold War. A quiet order was given. Continue tracking. Log every maneuver. I want a full-tape recording of the raw sonar returns. The decision was made. They would follow this phantom, not to engage, but to understand, to document an event that was rapidly unraveling their understanding of what could move through the deep. What they tracked next would defy all known physics. After a period of erratic, darting motions, the object did something that left the entire sonar room in stunned silence. It ceased its horizontal travel and began a vertical ascent. But this was no slow, bubbling rise to the surface. The ascent rate, calculated from the rapid change in depth readings, was as impossible as its horizontal speed. It was moving straight up, through thousands of feet of water, faster than a falling stone cuts through air. The operators watched, transfixed, as the bright, defiant blip on their screens shot toward the surface, toward the calm, star-reflected night sea above, and toward the silent, waiting bulk of the USS Franklin D, Roosevelt. On the bridge, the report from the sonar room crackled over the intercom with a tone of strained disbelief. Contact has broken the surface. Repeat, contact is on the surface, bearing 275, range 800 yards. All eyes turned to starboard, scanning the dark expanse of water. For a long moment, there was nothing but the reflection of stars on the gentle swell. Then, a lookout's voice, sharp with surprise, cut through the night. Lights. Strange lights, off the starboard bow. What emerged from the black water was not the conning tower of a submarine, nor the slick back of a whale. It was a perfect, disc-shaped silhouette, darker than the night sky, blotting out the stars behind it. From its rim emanated a soft, pulsating glow, a color none of the witnesses could easily name, a luminescent blue-green, like the cold fire of certain deep-sea jellyfish or the heart of a furnace seen through tinted glass. It cast an eerie, underwater radiance on the gentle waves around it, illuminating the water in a silent, shimmering pool of otherworldly light. The object was massive. Estimates later agreed it was at least 200 feet in diameter, making it wider than the wingspan of the jets parked on the carrier's deck. The most unsettling detail was the absolute silence. The Mediterranean night was never truly quiet. It held the constant sigh of the wind, the slosh of water against the hull, the distant hum of the carrier's own mighty engines. But from the object, there was nothing. No roar of engines, no churn of propellers, no hiss of compressed air. It breached the surface as if it were emerging from a state of rest, with a profound, unnatural quiet that seemed to swallow the normal sounds of the sea. As it fully cleared the water, cascades of seawater poured from its perfectly smooth, metallic-looking hull. The water didn't bead or run in rivulets as it would on steel. It slid off in great, silent sheets, as if the surface was so flawless that even water could find no purchase. Word spread through the ship with a quiet urgency. Sailors off duty, drawn by hushed rumors, began to appear on catwalks, in hatchways, and at any porthole with a view. They stood in small clusters, their faces bathed in the faint, shifting blue-green light reflecting off the ship's superstructure. There was no panic, only a profound, collective stillness. These were men trained to identify every aircraft and vessel on the planet, and they were faced with something that belonged to no manual. They watched, some with hands resting on railings, others with arms crossed, all wearing expressions of awestruck confusion. An officer quietly ordered, "No flashing lights, no loudspeakers," an instinctive order to observe, not to provoke. The object hung there, suspended just above the water's surface, or perhaps resting lightly upon it, for what felt like an eternity. In reality, it was several minutes. Minutes where the entire forward starboard side of the USS Franklin D. Roosevelt became an audience to the impossible. On the bridge, junior officers fetched binoculars, but the view through the lenses offered no more clarity. The surface appeared seamless, without seams, rivets, portholes, or antennae. It was a perfect, featureless curve of dark metal glowing from within its edges. Debates were whispered. Experimental craft? Has to be ours, but from where? The Soviets? Could they have this? Each suggestion was met with a silent shake of the head. The technology, the silence, the sheer presence of it was decades, perhaps centuries, beyond anything in any known hangar or dry dock. Someone retrieved a camera, a standard issue model for deck operations. But in the low, monochromatic light of the moonless night, the object's strange luminescence defeated the film. Attempted photographs, later developed, showed only a vague, foggy smudge of light against a dark background, a blurry testament to the failure of 1950s technology to capture the anomaly. It was as if the object existed just outside the realm of easy documentation, revealing itself only to the naked, bewildered eye. The officers realized they were witnessing an event that would live only in memory and in the stark, technical language of the sonar logs and their own official reports. And then, as silently as it appeared, the object began to move. There was no buildup of power, no reorientation of its mass. The soft, pulsating glow along its rim intensified slightly, becoming a more solid band of that eerie blue-green light. Then, with a grace that seemed to mock the laws of inertia, the massive disk began to rise. It ascended vertically, perfectly level, the cascading water now replaced by a faint mist that seemed to cling to its underside. It moved upward, not with the thunderous roar of a rocket, but with the silent, effortless drift of a helium balloon released into a still sky, only with a purpose and control that was utterly unnerving. It left the dark water of the Mediterranean behind, climbing steadily toward the waiting stars from which it seemed, in that moment, to have originated. The silent ascent continued until the glowing disk was a diminishing blue-green star against the tapestry of the Milky Way. Then, without warning, it halted. For a heartbeat, it hung suspended in the air, a defiant, impossible ornament. And then it fell. But fell is the wrong word, suggesting a loss of control, a surrender to gravity. What it did was descend, with the same deliberate, silent purpose with which it had risen. It dropped toward the black water, accelerating at a rate that drew a collective gasp from the watching sailors. It struck the surface not with a crash, but with a profound, muffled splash, like a giant stone swallowed by the sea, and then it was gone, leaving only a temporary, frothing vortex that was quickly smoothed away by the ocean's eternal patience. Below, in the sonar room, The operators saw the moment of re-entry as a sudden, violent return signal, followed by the immediate resumption of the impossible. The object, now submerged, didn't slow to navigate the dense water. It plunged. Depth readings spiraled downward on the gauges. 500 feet, 1,000, 2,000. It was descending vertically through the water column faster than a depth charge sinks. It passed through depths that would crush any known submarine, showing no indication of stress, no change in its solid, crisp acoustic signature. Its speed, already beyond belief, seemed to accelerate as it went deeper, as if the increasing pressure and density were no obstacle at all. Then it vanished, not slowly, fading out of range. It disappeared instantaneously, between one sonar ping and the next. One moment, it was a bright, clear blip racing toward the abyssal plain. The next, the screen showed only the empty, biological background chatter of the deep ocean. The operators adjusted gain, switched frequencies, swept the area with passive listening arrays. They heard nothing. No cavitation, no machinery, no wake turbulence. It was as if the object had simply winked out of existence, transitioning from a solid, tracked entity to absolute nothingness in the space of a heartbeat. The sea had closed over it, offering no clue, no trail, and no farewell. In the hours that followed, the machinery of naval documentation whirred into action. Multiple officers, the officer of the deck, the tactical action officer, the senior sonar supervisor, made detailed entries in the ship's deck log and filed separate incident reports. Their language was precise, unemotional, and stark. They recorded the bearing, the estimated size, the impossible speeds, the visual description of the lights, and the disk shape. The initial classification was unanimous and simple: unidentified submerged object. In the following days, as the reports traveled up the chain of command, a quiet bureaucratic process began. The incident was acknowledged, but the official stance shifted. A later, higher-level notation, likely added weeks or months after, would be appended to the file. No further investigation warranted. The case was considered closed, not solved. The crew, for their part, received no formal briefing, only quiet, verbal suggestions from chiefs and junior officers. The event was unusual. It was likely some classified experimental hardware, and it was not a topic for discussion in port or in letters home. It became a shared, open secret among the men of the Rosie for that deployment, a story told in hushed tones in the mess hall or the berthing compartments, a bond of witnessed wonder. It was only decades later, as these sailors became veterans and the Cold War faded into history, that some felt free to share their personal testimonies in interviews, their voices still carrying the weight of that silent, glowing mystery off the coast of Sicily. And so, the encounter entered the quiet annals of the unexplained. No government ever claimed the craft. No terrestrial technology has ever matched its described performance, even today. It remains a perfect data point of anomaly, a story with a clear beginning, a detailed middle, and an end that is no end at all, but a door closing on a room full of unanswered questions. What was it? Where did it come from? What was its purpose, hovering silently beside a floating fortress of a world power? The Mediterranean, a sea that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the voyages of ancient explorers, and the silent patrols of modern leviathans, simply added this to its long list of secrets, holding it in its dark, saline depths. The Mediterranean keeps its secrets, cradling them in its deep, silent trenches. But our journey continues, from the warm, starlit waters of 1958 to a very different environment, the cold, fog-shrouded coast of the Pacific Northwest. Our next case moves from a massive aircraft carrier to a smaller, more agile vessel, a destroyer on a lonely training mission. Here, the encounter would be more intimate, more prolonged, and in some ways, even more bizarre, as the object they detected didn't just move through the water. It seemed to interact with the ship itself, playing a game of underwater tag that would leave seasoned sonar operators questioning their understanding of the sea. The Atlantic Ocean in December is a realm of brooding power, but in the tropical latitude just north of Puerto Rico, the winter manifests as a period of relative calm. Here, in December of 1963, the U.S. Navy assembled a formidable task force not for conflict, but for the intricate ballet of training. The location was purposefully chosen, the edge of the Puerto Rico Trench. This is no ordinary seabed. It is the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, a vast, plunging chasm where the seafloor drops away to depths exceeding 28,000 feet, over 5 miles straight down. It is a place of profound darkness, immense pressure, and, for sonar operators, a challenging acoustic environment where the cold, dense water layers can create underwater channels that carry sounds for incredible distances. It was the perfect, punishing classroom for anti-submarine warfare, or ASW. The exercise was a coordinated symphony of detection and evasion. At its heart was an aircraft carrier, serving as the central command hub, its deck bustling with specialized ASW aircraft like the Grumman S. 2 Tracker, prop-driven planes carrying sonobuoys and magnetic anomaly detectors. Surrounding it were several destroyers, sleek, fast vessels whose primary role in this scenario was to hunt. Their bows were sharp, their decks lined with depth charge racks, and the new, boxy launchers for anti-submarine rockets. Most crucially, their hulls were studded with the most advanced sonar domes of the era. And below the waves, playing the role of the elusive enemy, were 1 or 2 U.S. Navy submarines. Their mission was to sneak, to hide in the thermal layers of the trench, and to avoid the sophisticated net being cast for them. The purpose was deadly serious, translated into routine procedures, to practice the art of finding, tracking, and, in a real war, destroying enemy ballistic missile submarines before they could unleash their apocalyptic payloads. Every ping of active sonar, every dropped sonobuoy, every calculated intercept course was a move in this high-stakes game. The airwaves crackled with professional, coded communications. Alpha 1, this is home plate. Commence sector sweep bearing 290. Roger, home plate, sweeping now. Voices were calm, focused, and devoid of drama. This was the daily work of the Cold War at sea. Tense, technologically intense, and performed with an almost mundane expertise. For the destroyer crews, the exercise began with the systematic deployment of their sensor suites. The most powerful tool was the large, bow-mounted sonar dome, a bulbous protrusion that housed a massive array of hydrophones. It sent out powerful low-frequency pulses of sound that could penetrate deep into the ocean's layers. Towed behind the ship, on thousands of feet of cable, was a passive array, a long, sensitive tail that listened without broadcasting, designed to pick up the faintest whisper of a submarine's propeller or machinery noise. On the bridge and in the Combat Information Center, CIC, screens glowed with the nascent picture of the underwater battlefield they were constructing. Conditions were, ironically, perfect. The sea state was low, with a gentle swell that didn't interfere with sonar performance. There was little commercial shipping traffic to clutter the acoustic picture. The complex water chemistry of the trench, with its sharp thermoclines and salinity gradients, was a challenge they were trained to interpret, not an obstacle. It was an ideal environment to fine-tune their skills, to make the strange familiar. The initial contacts were exactly what they expected. The faint, intermittent signatures of the friendly submarines attempting to evade, the biological background, and the deep, resonant echo of the trench walls themselves, miles below. On the destroyer USS Stallion, a representative name for our narrative, the mood in the sonar room was one of concentrated routine. The operator monitored his scope, his hand resting lightly on the gain control. The exercise was proceeding nominally. They had a tentative hold on one of the friendly subs, tracking its slow, cautious movements as it tried to slip into a thermal shadow. Reports from the aircraft overhead confirmed sonobuoy drops were nominal. On the bridge, the captain sipped coffee, reviewing the operational chart. It was another day of vital, repetitive training, a hardening of skills they hoped never to use in anger. The vast, dark water of the trench was a known adversary, its secrets being slowly teased out by their technology and their training. But they would detect something no training manual prepared them for. It began as a disruption in the ordinary picture. On the Stallion's towed array, the operator heard it first, not through the active ping of his own ship, but through passive listening. A new sound entered the acoustic landscape. It wasn't the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of a submarine screw, nor the biological chatter of whales. It was a low-frequency hum, a steady, pervasive tone that seemed to have no source point, as if it was emanating from the water itself. It was just at the edge of detectability, a vibration more felt in the headphones than clearly heard. The operator adjusted his filters, focusing on the frequency. The hum resolved slightly. It was constant, unmodulated, and utterly unfamiliar. He marked it on his log as an anomalous acoustic source and opened his microphone to report it to the CIC, a note of mild professional curiosity in his voice. The routine of the exercise was about to be permanently fractured. The initial detection did not remain an isolated curiosity on the USS Stallion. The low-frequency hum was soon triangulated, its bearing plotted. Within minutes, another destroyer in the screen, the USS Barcelone, active sonar sweeping, caught a solid, primary return. The operator's report was crisp over the tactical net. Contact Sierra 1, bearing 0905, range 8,000 yards. Course erratic, speed, estimating 150 knots. The number was stated with professional flatness, but it hung in the air of the Combat Information Center like a physical object. 150 knots. A brief silence followed, broken by the tactical coordinator's order, verify. All units, check bearing 0905. What followed was a rapid, systematic process of cross-verification that turned a single ship's anomaly into an inarguable fleet-wide event. The aircraft carrier's own powerful sonar, though less maneuverable, swung to the bearing. An S-2 tracker orbiting overhead dropped a pattern of passive sonobuoys, their radio transmitters sending back streams of acoustic data. Another destroyer, the USS Forest, designated to a different sector, pulsed its active array. Within a span of 10 minutes, multiple data points converged. The reports came back, one after another, each layering confirmation upon confirmation. Home plate, this is Alpha 2. We have a solid contact on that bearing. Speed confirms, 160 knots. Whiskey, 1 airborne. Sonobuoy pattern is picking up a strong, moving low-frequency source. Correlates with surface ship data. The object was being painted by the most advanced naval sensor network on the planet, and its parameters were not clarifying. They were becoming more impossible. Refined tracking from the coordinated data put its speed at a sustained 180 knots. In the frigid, dense water of the deep Atlantic, this was akin to a jet plane flying at sea level through solid granite. The depth readings, however, were the true showstoppers. The contact was not cruising at a few hundred feet. According to the calibrated returns from the deep water sonar, the object was operating at a depth of approximately 20,000 feet, nearly 4 miles down, deep in the hadal zone of the Puerto Rico Trench. For context, the deepest diving military submarines of any nation, then or now, are engineered to survive maybe 1,500 feet. The Bathyscaphe Trieste, the only manned vessel to have reached the trench's bottom, was a fragile, specialized sphere that moved at a crawl. This object was moving faster than a bullet train in an environment that instantly obliterates conventional machinery. These specifications immediately ruled out any friendly or known hostile asset. A frantic, coded check was made with the exercise controller on the carrier. All friendly submarines were accounted for, their positions known and verified. They were all operating in the shallow layer above 2,000 feet. This was not one of them. The notion of a Soviet spy sub was equally absurd. Soviet technology, while advanced, adhered to the same laws of physics. Their fastest attack subs were rumored to touch 50 knots. Their deepest diving research vessels were slow, scientific platforms. Nothing in any intelligence brief, no defector's testimony, no captured blueprint hinted at a craft capable of even a fraction of this performance. This was not a technological gap. It was a chasm, a leap into a realm of engineering that seemed more like fantasy. Across an area of ocean spanning dozens of square miles, every vessel capable of underwater detection was now locked onto Sierra 1. In multiple sonar rooms, operators watched the same bright, defiant return on their scopes. In multiple CICs, officers leaned over plotting tables, connecting the dots that formed a track of insane velocity and depth. The simultaneous tracking eliminated any possibility of instrument malfunction or atmospheric anomaly. An equipment glitch might plague one ship. It could not identically plague an entire carrier group using different systems, from hull-mounted sonars to airborne sonobuoys. The data was being fed into analog recorders, etching the event onto magnetic tape, an official, multi-source recording of the impossible. For a tense period, the object held its deep, swift course. It seemed oblivious to, or unconcerned by, the fleet of warships tracking its every move from the surface far above. The exercise was forgotten, the simulated hunt for friendly subs abandoned. The entire task force was now engaged in a real-time documentation of a phenomenon. The professional chatter over the nets became sparse, focused purely on data. Sierra 1, depth holding at 19,000 feet. Speed constant 180 knots. Course now 270. Each report was a brick in a wall of sheer disbelief. They were mapping the flight of something that, by every standard of 1963 science and military intelligence, simply could not exist. The atmosphere was one of intense, sober wonder. Then the object did something that made every operator question their instruments. On the Barcelona scope, the bright contact, cruising steadily at 4 miles down, suddenly split. One moment it was a single, solid return. The next, the return seemed to elongate, then fracture into two distinct, separate blips. The two new contacts immediately diverged, one continuing on the original course, the other turning at a perfect 90-degree angle, both maintaining the original, impossible speed of 180 knots. It was as if the object had reproduced itself, or perhaps decided to deploy a smaller craft, all without slowing, without any detectable change in its energy signature. The operators called it out, their voices losing their professional flatness for the first time. Home plate. Contact Sierra 1 has bifurcated. Repeat, we now have two contacts. Track Sierra 1 Alpha and Sierra 1 Bravo. Speeds unchanged. Depths unchanged. The mystery had just multiplied. The initial bifurcation was just the opening act of a display that seemed to deliberately dismantle human understanding of motion. The two new contacts, designated Alpha and Bravo, held their impossible speed of 180 knots. Then, on a synchronized cue that defied radio communication, they each executed a sharp, instantaneous turn. Alpha veered to port, Bravo to starboard, each carving a perfect 90-degree angle in its trajectory. On the sonar plots, this appeared not as a gradual curve, but as two straight lines meeting at a sharp corner. Critically, there was no deceleration into the turn, no outward drift from momentum, and no subsequent acceleration out of it. In hydrodynamic terms, it was a nonsense maneuver. Any conventional craft, whether submarine or fish, must slow to turn, fighting the inertia of its own mass and the drag of the water. These objects changed direction as if they were points of light on a radar screen, unburdened by physical limitations. Before the fleet's tracking teams could fully process this, the phenomenon expanded further. On the towed passive arrays, operators reported new, identical low-frequency hums emerging from the deep. On the active scopes, the two contacts became 3, then 4. Each new object materialized at the same crushing depth and instantly matched the established, ludicrous speed. They were not random. They moved with a chilling coordination. The 4 contacts assumed a diamond formation, holding precise relative positions as they streaked through the abyssal darkness. Their movements were synchronized not just in direction, but in subtle, simultaneous adjustments. A slight shift in depth by one was mirrored by the others, a minor change in bearing executed in flawless unison. It was the behavior of a single intelligence, or of components linked by a communication system instantaneous and undetectable to 1963 sensors. Then came the ascent. As one, the diamond formation ceased its horizontal travel. For a fraction of a second, they hung motionless in the water column for miles down. Then, they shot upward. The depth gauges on multiple ships spun downward as the contacts rose at a rate that was physically incomprehensible. They covered 20,000 feet, nearly 4 vertical miles, in a matter of seconds. The calculated ascent speed was over 500 knots straight up. The G-forces involved in such an acceleration, followed by an instantaneous deceleration at the surface, would not just crush a human crew, they would pulverize any known metallic structure, compressing it into a useless lump. These objects moved through the water as if gravity and inertia were local ordinances they had chosen to ignore. For a brief, stunning moment, they broke the surface. Lookouts on the destroyers, alerted by the frantic reports from below, saw them. They were described not as one large craft, but as 4 smaller, luminous shapes, each perhaps the size of a school bus. They glowed with the same eerie, blue-green light reported in 1958, turning the night sea into a patch of rippling, ethereal radiance. They did not float. They hovered just above the waves, water streaming from their smooth hulls and silent waterfalls. The formation was tight, perfect. Witnesses on deck stood frozen, not with fear, but with a kind of reverent shock, watching the silent, coordinated ballet of lights on the dark water. The spectacle lasted less than 30 seconds. Their descent was a mirror image of their rise. In unison, the 4 luminous objects dropped back beneath the waves, not with a plunge, but with a smooth, rapid submersion, as if being reeled down on invisible wires. The water closed over them without a splash. Back in the sonar suites, the operators watched the 4 distinct returns merge. The process was the reverse of the split. The 4 blips on the scope converged, their signals overlapping and combining until they resolved once more into a single, solid contact. The reunion was as seamless and inexplicable as the division had been. The single object now held a position several thousand feet below the surface, seemingly having returned from its spectacular surface display to the crushing depths with effortless ease. Having reassembled, the contact did not linger. Its speed, already a source of stunned disbelief, increased further. Tracking stations reported the number with voices thin with awe. Contact Sierra 1, speed 20 knots, 210. It continued to accelerate, pushing past 250 knots, a velocity in water comparable to a commercial airliner at cruising altitude. It was moving so fast that the sonar systems, designed to track submarines moving at a fraction of that pace, began to struggle to maintain a continuous lock. The contact became a streak of light on the scopes, a phantom leaving a trail of baffled physics in its wake. It headed south, deeper into the uncharted vastness of the Puerto Rico Trench, its signal gradually attenuating with distance until it finally vanished from the furthest reaching passive arrays, not with a stop, but by simply outrunning the ability of the sensors to hear it. The exercise was forgotten. The simulated war game, with its rules and its known parameters, now seemed like a child's game. Across the task force, from the carrier's flag bridge to the dim sonar rooms of the destroyers, everyone was focused on the impossible. Official logs were being filled not with training assessments, but with a raw, unprecedented data set. Officers compared notes, their scientific minds grappling with the evidence. They had witnessed an object, or a collective of objects, demonstrate capabilities that rewrote textbooks. Inertialess maneuverability, instantaneous replication or division, ascent and descent velocities that defied material science, and speeds in a dense medium that belonged to science fiction. It wasn't just an unidentified object. It was a tutorial in a physics they did not possess. The cold, dark water of the trench, it seemed, was not empty. It was a highway for something that operated on a set of rules all its own. In the immediate aftermath, as the final, fading whispers of the object were lost in the abyssal static, a different kind of procedure took over. The exercise commander, an admiral aboard the carrier, issued a clear, unprecedented order over the command net. All units, secure from exercise. Commence full documentation of Event Sierra 1. I want logs, tapes, plots, and personal observations from every commanding officer and sensor operator. This is now a priority intelligence collection task. The tone was not one of panic, but of grave, focused seriousness. The simulated war had been replaced by a real-world intelligence event of the highest order. Over the next 72 hours, a flood of paper and magnetic tape converged on the carrier's intelligence center. Each destroyer submitted a detailed narrative report, accompanied by grease pencil tracking plots that showed the insane angles and speeds. The sonar rooms packaged the raw recordings from their active and passive arrays, the peculiar hum, the crisp pings, the breathtaking ascent and descent profiles. The aircraft squadron included data from their sonobuoys and the verbal reports from pilots who had seen the luminous surfacing. Every piece was stamped, logged, and chain of custodied with a formality usually reserved for incidents of national security. The admiral took a personal interest, reportedly spending hours with the senior sonar analysts, reviewing the tapes himself. The consensus in the wardrooms, whispered over coffee, was that he was as baffled as anyone, but adamant that the data be preserved in its entirety. The compiled dossier was not meant for a routine filing cabinet. Upon the task force's return to port, a special courier, under armed guard, transported the complete package directly to the Office of Naval Intelligence in Washington, D.C. It was marked with classification codes that restricted its distribution to a very small, select group of analysts and flag officers. What happened within the labyrinthine corridors of ONI remains shrouded. An internal investigation was, by all accounts, conducted. Specialists in acoustics, hydrodynamics, and Soviet technology would have pored over the data. Yet, no satisfactory explanation emerged from within the system. The object's performance parameters placed it so far outside any known technological envelope that the only possible conclusions were either a sensor failure of an unprecedented, fleet-wide nature, or the existence of a non-human technology. The former was statistically implausible. The latter was, at the time, an unacceptable hypothesis for official endorsement. The likely result was a decision to bury the data, not out of malice, but out of a lack of conceptual framework to process it. The files were classified, likely stamped with cryptonyms like permanent restricted, or placed in a special access program vault. The crews of the involved ships were formally debriefed. The message delivered was consistent. They had witnessed a classified experimental vehicle, and discussion of the event was a breach of national security. For career sailors, this was a powerful deterrent. Their pensions and clearances were on the line. The incident became a forbidden memory, a shared dream they were ordered to forget. It was only in the 1990s and early 2000s, as the Cold War receded and these sailors retired, that the story began to seep out. A retired sonar technician, his oaths softened by time, might mention it at a veterans reunion. A former destroyer captain, giving an interview about naval history, would allude to a bizarre tracking event off Puerto Rico before changing the subject. These fragmented, personal testimonies formed the initial public outline of the incident. Investigative journalists and researchers, following these threads, began filing Freedom of Information Act requests for the exercise logs and reports from December 1963. The government's response has been characteristically opaque. Some FOIA requests have been met with partial releases, heavily redacted deck logs showing an exercise was indeed underway, or documents acknowledging the receipt of anomalous sensor data. Other requests, specifically for the sonar tapes and tracking plots, have been denied in full, citing Exemption B(1) national security. The very existence of these denials confirms that sensitive records of the event persist. The data exists in a vault somewhere, but the official explanation does not, creating a permanent void filled by quiet speculation. The scientific impossibility of the event, therefore, remains unchallenged by any terrestrial explanation. No nation has ever claimed or demonstrated a craft capable of such feats, even 60 years later. The 1963 Puerto Rico Trench incident stands as one of the most well-documented, multi-witnessed, and physically inexplicable USO cases in history. It is a cornerstone of the mystery, not because it offers answers, but because it so stubbornly refuses to yield them, leaving only the data points of the impossible etched in official records and aging memories. From the depths of the Atlantic, where an entire fleet watched physics be rewritten, we move to the vast, lonely expanse of the Pacific. Our next encounter shifts scale again, from a coordinated fleet exercise to a solitary, silent vigil. It involves not a flotilla of ships, but a single, deep-diving Navy submarine on a covert patrol whose crew would experience a more intimate, and perhaps more unnerving, kind of encounter, one where the unknown object didn't just move past them, but seemed to actively study them, matching their every move in the absolute blackness of the deep ocean floor. The USS Stein, FF 1065, was a Knox-class frigate, a workhorse of the Cold War fleet designed primarily for the relentless, patient duty of anti-submarine warfare. In the spring of 1978, the ship was concluding a long, uneventful patrol in the Pacific Ocean, a tour marked by the routine rhythms of diesel engines, sonar pings, and the vast, empty horizons of open water. As the crew prepared for their return to port in San Diego, a series of standard, pre-inspection maintenance checks were ordered. It was during one of these routine procedures, as the ship rode the gentle Pacific swells, that a diver was sent over the side to examine the hull and the ship's most sensitive underwater feature, the massive /SQS 26X sonar dome. This dome, located at the very bow of the ship beneath the waterline, was a critical piece of technology. It was a bulbous, streamlined housing, over 50 feet long and covered in a thick, specially formulated rubber skin known as the no-foul coating. This rubber was designed to be both hydrodynamic and resilient, protecting the delicate acoustic tiles and transducers within from the abrasive wear of the sea and from marine growth. The diver, descending into the sun-dappled blue water, expected to see the usual light scuffing or perhaps some barnacle adhesion. What he saw instead, as he approached the dome's surface, made him stop short, his breath catching in his regulator. The smooth, black rubber surface was savaged. It looked as if it had been dragged across a field of razors or attacked by a swarm of giant, frenzied creatures. There were not just a few scratches. There were hundreds, perhaps over 1,000, deep cuts and parallel gouges torn into the tough material. Long, ragged strips of rubber hung away from the dome, waving lazily in the current like morbid seaweed. The damage was concentrated on the forward-facing portion of the dome, the part that sliced through the water, but it extended back along the curved sides in a chaotic pattern. This was not the result of a single impact or grounding. It was a widespread, systematic mauling of a material engineered to withstand the ocean's abuse. Immediately, the diver surfaced and reported his findings. Confusion rippled through the ship's engineering and command staff. The Stein had not run aground. It had not collided with any known object. The ship's logs showed no incident of severe weather or unusual impact that could explain such devastation. There had been no alarms, no sudden jolts, nothing to indicate to the crew aboard that their most sensitive underwater sensor was being systematically shredded. The damage was a mystery that had occurred silently, beneath the waves, completely unnoticed by the nearly 300 men living and working directly above it. Initial theories were proposed and just as quickly dismissed. Could it have been coral? The ship had operated in deep, open ocean, far from any known reef systems. Even if it had inadvertently brushed a reef, coral breaks in a crush pattern, leaving dusty, calcified residue, not clean, deep slices. Underwater debris or a sunken net. A net might snag and tear, but it would likely wrap and tangle, not create hundreds of parallel, claw-like gouges. Furthermore, the pattern was bizarre. Some cuts were several feet long and inches deep, slicing completely through the several-inch-thick rubber coating to expose the hard substrate beneath. Others were shorter, clustered in groups, as if made by multiple, sharp points moving in unison. The crew was baffled. Deck officers pored over navigation charts, searching for any anomaly in their plotted course. Engineers examined the damage from a small boat, shaking their heads at the sheer violence implied by the tears. The prevailing feeling was one of profound unease. Something had aggressively interacted with their ship, something with the ability to inflict massive damage without making a sound or registering on any sensor, and without the crew having the slightest awareness it was happening. It was an encounter that left only a brutal, physical signature as its calling card. The ship returned to port, and the damaged sonar dome was immediately inspected by shore-based technicians and engineers from the contractor who built it. Their disbelief mirrored the crew's. The toughness of the no-foul coating was well documented. It was designed to resist abrasion and impact. Whatever had done this possessed force and sharpness far beyond normal oceanic hazards. As they began the painstaking process of cutting away the destroyed rubber to assess the damage to the internal array, they made a discovery that shifted the mystery from the realm of the bizarre to the genuinely unexplainable. Embedded deep within several of the deepest gouges, lodged in the tough rubber as if shot from a high-powered rifle, were strange, hard objects. But the real mystery was what they found embedded in the rubber. They weren't pieces of metal or plastic from a man-made object. They were biological, or, at least, they appeared to be. Technicians extracted several of these objects. They were curved, claw-like structures, each nearly an inch long and incredibly hard, with a sharp, tapered point and a serrated edge. They resembled, to a startling degree, the grasping claws or talons of a large creature. Yet, they were made of a substance that was neither chitin like a crab's shell, nor keratin like a bird's talon, nor bone. Laboratory analysis would later struggle to identify the material, finding it to be an unusually dense, mineralized organic compound unlike anything in known marine biology databases. The question hanging in the dry dock air was terrifying and simple. What kind of creature, lurking in the deep Pacific, was large enough, powerful enough, and equipped with claws strong enough to tear apart sonar dome rubber? And why had it chosen to attack the USS Stein? The objects extracted from the tattered rubber of the sonar dome were the centerpiece of the mystery. Carefully cataloged, they were placed in sterile containers and sent under secure transport to a Navy-affiliated marine biology and materials laboratory for analysis. They were not metallic shrapnel. They were organic, yet profoundly alien in their context. Each specimen was a curved, dark brown structure, resembling a cruel, hooked talon. They range from 3/4 of an inch to over an inch in length, with a sharply pointed tip and a distinct, serrated inner edge, perfect for gripping and tearing. To the naked eye, they looked like the weapons of a predator, fossilized in the act of attack. Under the microscope, the biological origin seemed confirmed. The internal structure showed layers of mineralization and growth patterns consistent with a keratin or chitin-like material, substances found in the claws, beaks, and hooks of earthly creatures. The composition was a dense, complex polymer, incredibly resilient and hard. The initial analysis report noted a strong morphological resemblance to the grasping hooks found on the tentacles of certain squid species, particularly the large, predatory colossal and giant squids. These cephalopods possess rings of sharp, retractable hooks on their tentacle clubs, used to seize and hold struggling prey. The shape, the serration, the curvature, it was an almost perfect match, but scaled up to a terrifying degree. And there lay the first, insurmountable problem: size. The hooks recovered from the Stein were massive compared to any known squid. The largest hooks documented from a giant squid, a creature reaching perhaps 45 feet in length, are about the size of a human fingernail. The Stein's hooks were many times larger. For a squid to wield hooks of this size, marine biologists estimated the creature would need to be of staggering proportions, a mantle length alone potentially exceeding 50 feet, with total tentacle length pushing 150 feet or more. This dwarfed even the most generous estimates for Architeuthis ducks, the giant squid, and placed it in the realm of pure myth, like the legendary kraken. The largest confirmed squid species, the colossal squid, Mesonicoteuthis hamiltoni, possesses hooks that are swiveling and more formidable, but again, nothing on this scale. Furthermore, the colossal squid is a denizen of the Antarctic deep, not the temperate Pacific waters where the Stein was operating. No known cephalopod, living or extinct, matches the physical specifications implied by these embedded claws. The distribution pattern of the damage added another layer of strangeness. The gouges weren't random. They covered a wide area but showed a degree of parallel grouping, as if multiple hooks had struck in concert, raking across the dome's surface. This suggested not a single, enormous tentacle, but several, arranged in a circular or linear pattern. Then came the environmental contradictions. The USS Stein was a surface vessel. Its sonar dome, while submerged, was only about 15 to 20 feet below the surface when the ship was underway. Giant and colossal squids are deep water creatures, typically found at depths of 1,000 to 6,000 feet. They rarely, if ever, venture into the sunlit surface layers. For one to attack a surface ship, it would have to make a drastic, unprecedented vertical migration. More critically, the speed required to inflict such deep, parallel gouges in such tough material is immense. A squid moves by jet propulsion, capable of impressive bursts, but to slash through reinforced rubber, it would need to strike with the velocity of a harpoon, a mode of attack completely outside observed cephalopod behavior. Faced with these paradoxes, the scientific community offered tentative, divided theories. One camp leaned into the biological anomaly. They suggested the possibility of an unknown, monstrously large species of deep-sea squid or a related cephalopod, a true super squid that had remained undiscovered in the ocean's vastness. This creature, they speculated, might have been attracted to the low-frequency vibrations or electrical fields of the sonar dome, mistaking it for prey or perceiving it as a threat. The attack, while bizarre, could be seen as a territorial or defensive action by a creature of unimaginable size and power. The other camp focused on the precision and systematic nature of the damage. The cuts, while chaotic in distribution, were individually clean and deep. The hooks were embedded with great force, implying a powerful, directed impact. This, some argued, did not resemble the frantic grappling of an animal attacking prey. It looked more like a tool being used. Could the hooks be part of a mechanical apparatus? A grasping arm or a dredging device from an unidentified vehicle? The biological structure might be a form of biomechanical engineering, a manufactured material mimicking organic forms. The pattern suggested not a beast lashing out, but a system making contact, perhaps even attempting to probe or sample the ship's sensitive technology. But what if it wasn't a creature at all? This question hung over the laboratory reports, unresolved. The biological evidence pointed one way, the physical circumstances another. The official Navy investigation, constrained by the need for a plausible conclusion, eventually settled on a conservative, if unsatisfying, verdict. They officially attributed the damage to an encounter with a large, unknown species of squid, citing the hook morphology. This allowed the case to be filed under a natural, if extraordinary, marine biology incident, closing the file without venturing into more speculative territory. The Stein sonar dome was repaired, its shredded rubber replaced, and the ship returned to sea. But the extracted hooks were preserved, cataloged, and stored away. They remain, to this day, a physical enigma, a handful of hard, cruel curves that whisper of either a leviathan from the abyss that we have yet to meet, or of something else, something that uses the design of life for purposes we cannot fathom. The Pacific, it seems, can arm its mysteries with claws. While the official report settled on a biological explanation, a quieter, more speculative analysis has persisted among researchers and some retired naval personnel. This alternative theory asks a different set of questions, beginning with a simple one. Why the sonar dome? The N/SQS 26 was the ship's primary underwater eye and ear. An attack that specifically savaged this component had the precise effect of blinding and deafening the Stein to the underwater realm. If a giant squid were attacking out of confusion or predation, why focus its assault on this one reinforced area of the hull, rather than the more vulnerable propellers or rudder? The targeting seems, to some, unervingly strategic, a surgical strike on the vessel's most critical ASW sensor. The pattern of the damage fuels this thought. The gouges weren't the crushing bites or suction cup scars one might expect from a cephalopod wrestling with prey. They were parallel slashes, raking cuts that covered a broad area. To some analysts, this resembles the result of a close-quarters encounter with a piece of machinery, a dredge, a net cutter, or perhaps the external appendages of another vessel. Imagine a craft with rotating or sweeping external apparatus passing too close to the Stein's bow. Such equipment could leave precisely this kind of systematic, linear scarring. The force required is immense, but within the realm of powerful hydraulic or mechanical systems. This leads to the most provocative interpretation of the hooks themselves. Could they be a form of defensive mechanism or a byproduct of an unconventional technology? One theory suggests that claws are not natural growths, but engineered components, perhaps made of a cultivated organic polymer, that serve as a kind of ablative or protective covering for an underwater vehicle. A close encounter, a brush against the dome, could have sheared these components off, embedding them like shrapnel. Another, more exotic idea posits a biomechanical craft, a vehicle that incorporates organic, grown structures into its design, a fusion of technology and biology that is entirely alien to our own manufacturing paradigms. In this scenario, the hooks might be sensory probes, manipulator arms, or even a form of reactive armor. The Navy's official public stance remains the unknown creature hypothesis. It is a safe, defensible conclusion that does not require venturing into classified or controversial technological domains. However, persistent rumors among investigators suggest that internal, classified addendums to the report may have entertained other possibilities. It is speculated that analysts within naval intelligence, aware of other USO tracking data, might have reviewed the Stein incident in a different light, cross-referencing it with reports of fast-moving, deep-diving contacts that displayed unusual behaviors. These internal memos, if they exist, have never seen the light of day, leaving only the echo of speculation. Adding another layer are the anecdotal reports from some crew members that emerged years later. In the days or hours preceding the discovery of the damage, several sonar operators recalled brief, anomalous contacts. They were described as fast-moving, small returns that appeared at the edge of detection, held for a few pings, and then vanished, as if diving to extreme depth or simply disappearing. At the time, they were logged as possible biologics or unclassifiable noise and dismissed in the routine of the patrol. In retrospect, these crew members wondered if they were being shadowed, if something had been inspecting their ship before the physical interaction occurred. This context, while unverifiable, paints a picture not of a random animal attack, but of a deliberate, measured engagement by an intelligent operator. Ultimately, the USS Stein incident resides in a profound state of ambiguity. It is a case with tangible, physical evidence, the shredded rubber, the preserved hooks, that points in two completely different directions. One path leads down into the black pressure of the deep sea, toward a biology of monstrous, undiscovered proportions. The other path leads outward, into the realm of advanced, non-human technology operating with impunity in our oceans. Both explanations are extraordinary. Both challenge our understanding of the world. The beauty and the frustration of the case is that the evidence supports neither conclusively, forcing us to sit with the mystery itself. Whatever touched the USS Stein remains catalogued but unexplained, a set of claws in a drawer that point as much to our ignorance as they do to a specific culprit. The Pacific kept its secret, leaving only a scarred hull and a haunting question as its testimony. From this ambiguous, physical encounter, we now turn to a case defined not by touch, but by pure performance, a display of speed and agility so far beyond human engineering that it left no room for biological explanations. Our next journey takes us to the frigid waters of the North Atlantic in the 1990s, where a modern Aegis cruiser, the pinnacle of surface warfare technology, would engage in a high-speed chase with an object that treated the ocean not as a barrier, but as a portal. In November 2004, off the coast of San Diego, a carrier strike group centered on the USS Nimitz was conducting a complex training exercise, a routine pre-deployment workup. For over a week prior to the now famous aerial encounters, the advanced radar systems aboard the guided missile cruiser USS Princeton had been tracking anomalous objects. These were not fleeting blips. They appeared consistently, dropping from altitudes estimated at over 80,000 feet, far beyond the ceiling of any known aircraft, down to a hover just above the Pacific Ocean in a matter of seconds. This extraordinary performance captured the attention of the Princeton's radar operators, but the story, as publicly known, often begins in the sky. The crucial, less discussed prelude, however, was happening beneath the waves. While the Princeton watched from above, another key player was operating silently in the deep. The USS Louisville, a Los Angeles-class nuclear attack submarine, was participating in the same exercise. The submarine's mission was separate but parallel, a component of the broader war game. Though its specific logs from the period remain classified, informed accounts from personnel within the carrier group suggest that the Louisville or other subsurface assets were detecting unusual disturbances in the water. These were not typical submarine contacts. They were described as fast-moving, submerged anomalies that correlated temporally and geographically with the radar tracks from the Princeton. The objects weren't just coming down from the sky. They were operating, with equal capability, in the ocean. This establishes the core, revolutionary aspect of the Nimitz encounters. The objects demonstrated seamless transmedium travel. They were tracked descending from the edge of space, but they did not simply splash into the water like a missile or a capsule. According to sensor data and later pilot testimony, they would approach the ocean's surface and, without any deceleration, splash, or visible transition, appear to submerge. Conversely, they would re-emerge from the water with the same fluid ease, accelerating vertically into the sky. The ocean's surface, a formidable barrier for any human vehicle, was for these objects more like a permeable membrane, offering no more resistance than the interface between air and space. The most famous moment of the incident involves Commander David Fravor of the VFA 41 Black Aces, who was vectored to intercept one of these objects. What he and his wingman encountered was the Tic-Tac, a white, featureless, elongated object about 40 feet long, with no visible wings, engines, intakes, or exhaust plume. It hovered erratically above a churning patch of ocean, as if interacting with something below the surface. When Fravor attempted to approach, the Tic-Tac mirrored his maneuver with instantaneous precision, then accelerated away at a speed that left his advanced F divided by a -18 Super Hornet standing still, vanishing from sight in less than a second. This aerial dogfight is the dramatic heart of the story. But what was happening below the surface tells another story, one of even more profound implications. While Fravor engaged the Tic-Tac in the air, the submerged aspect of the phenomenon continued. The object he observed was not acting in isolation. The disturbed, foaming water below it, which Fravor described as looking like a turbulent, circular area the size of a 737, suggested a submerged presence. It appeared the Tic-Tac was either drawing power from the water, communicating with something below, or was itself part of a larger, submerged system. Sensor data from the Princeton indicated that after the Tic-Tac shot away from Fravor, it traveled over 60 miles in a blink, arriving at a pre-designated cap point in the ocean that the strike group had chosen for a later phase of their exercise, a point that would have required prior knowledge of classified military plans. The underwater performance parameters, pieced together from available data, are as staggering as the aerial ones. Estimates suggest the objects could move at speeds exceeding 500 knots while submerged. To put that in context, the fastest U.S. attack submarine has a top speed estimated around 40 knots. This represents a performance differential of over 12 times. In a medium, over 800 times denser than air. The energy required, the materials science to withstand the pressures and friction, and the propulsion method to achieve it, are so far beyond current understanding that they reside in the realm of theoretical physics, not naval engineering. Thus, the Nimitz event is not merely a spectacular UFO case. It is arguably one of the best documented USO cases in history. It presents a complete picture, a carrier strike group, utilizing the most advanced sensor suites on the planet, Aegis SBY-1 radar, E-2C Hawkeye airborne early warning, submarine sonar, and frontline fighter jets, all tracking the same objects as they moved with impunity between sky and sea. The Tic-Tac was not just an aircraft. It was a transmedium vehicle, equally at home in the vacuum of near space, the atmosphere, and the crushing depths of the ocean. This dual-domain capability is perhaps the most significant and unsettling data point of all, suggesting a technology that has mastered the fundamental environments of our planet in a way we have not even begun to conceive. The mystery was not just in the sky that November. It was anchored in, and emerged from, the deep, dark water below. While the world would come to know the Nimitz story through the eyes of fighter pilots and radar screens, a parallel narrative was unfolding in absolute silence, hundreds of feet below the sun-dappled Pacific surface. The USS Louisville, a fast attack submarine, was integrated into the carrier strike group's exercise. Its mission, as with all such patrols, was classified, a blend of training, tactical positioning, and silent deterrence. The submarine moved through the deep, a sovereign piece of American territory in the dark, its presence known only to a handful of officers on the Nimitz and Princeton. It was in this element of stealth and secrecy that the crew of the Louisville became first-hand witnesses to the submerged dimension of the event. During a routine sonar sweep, operators aboard the Louisville began tracking contacts that defied their extensive training. These were not the faint, distant signatures of whales or the familiar acoustic profiles of surface ship traffic. They were solid, defined returns, but they moved with a kinetics that was nonsensical. Multiple objects were detected, operating in a loose but coordinated formation. Their speed, calculated from the passive arrays, was the first shock. They were moving at velocities that made the Louisville's own impressive top speed seem glacial. Estimates, later corroborated with surface data, suggested bursts well over several hundred knots, a speed in water that represented not just an engineering leap, but a fundamental rewriting of hydrodynamic laws. The depth behavior was equally perplexing. A contact would be tracked at a depth of several hundred feet, a typical cruising layer for a submarine. Then, without any transitional noise, no change in the sound of cavitation or machinery, it would suddenly be registering at a depth of 1,000 feet or more, or conversely, much shallower. These were not slow, ballast-controlled dives. They were instantaneous translations through the water column, as if the concept of water pressure and density were irrelevant to their design. The sonar room, a place of hushed professionalism, grew increasingly quiet, the operators exchanging glances of profound confusion as they logged parameters that belonged in a simulation, not in the real ocean. Crucially, secure communication channels linked the Louisville to the surface fleet. As the submarine's crew reported their anomalous contacts, they learned that the Princeton, far above them, was painting the same objects on its spy, one radar as they dropped from the heavens. The timelines and geographic locations matched. This correlation transformed the situation from a puzzling sonar anomaly into a confirmed, cross-platform event. The objects they were tracking in the deep were the same ones playing games with the fighter jets in the sky. This realization added a staggering layer of operational context. Whatever these were, they possessed integrated domain awareness, operating with equal facility in the submarine's hidden world and the aviation world above. At one point in the multi-day event, the objects displayed a behavior that shifted the encounter from observational to interactive. According to accounts from personnel familiar with the submarine's logs, one or more of the contacts broke from their formation and moved to close with the Louisville. They approached to within a distance that, in submarine terms, is considered extremely close proximity, while inside tactical engagement range. Yet, there was no aggressive posture, no weapon deployment, no locking of targeting sonar, which would have been audible. The object or objects simply held position relative to the moving submarine, paralleling its course and speed. It was a close pass, a deliberate maneuver that felt not like a threat, but like an inspection. The atmosphere aboard the Louisville during this close approach was reportedly one of intense, sober focus. The crew was at battle stations, but the order was for observation and data collection. The captain and officers in the control room monitored the passive sonar displays, listening to the eerie silence from the contacts. There was no propeller noise, no reactor coolant pum-pum, no sounds of internal machinery, just the ambient noise of the ocean and the soft electronic tones of their own equipment. The objects seemed as interested in us as we were in them, a silent, mutual study conducted in the perpetual twilight of the deep. Following the event, the submarine captain filed a detailed, classified report through secure channels to naval intelligence. This report, encompassing the sonar data, track logs, and the captain's personal assessment, remains under wraps. The crew of the Louisville, like all submariners, were already accustomed to a culture of secrecy. They were reminded in no uncertain terms that their experience was part of a classified incident and was not to be discussed, even with crewmates from other departments or in letters home. The silence of the deep was to be matched by their own. It was only years later, as the aerial side of the Nimitz story broke into the public sphere through the testimony of Commander Fravor and the release of the FLIR videos, that fragments of the submarine's perspective began to seep out. Retired sonar technicians and junior officers, their service obligations completed, began to share their parts of the story in interviews or online forums, often anonymously. These accounts, while lacking the official stamp of declassified documents, provided the crucial, missing puzzle piece. The Nimitz encounter was not an atmospheric phenomenon. It was a full-spectrum, transmedium event, and the silent service had been in the water with it, close enough to feel its presence in the dark, sharing the ocean with a capability that rendered their own advanced vessel, in that moment, curiously primitive. The most revolutionary aspect of the Nimitz encounters lies not in the speed or the acceleration, as staggering as those are, but in the demonstrated mastery of multiple environments. No known technology, classified or public, allows for seamless transition between space, atmosphere, and ocean. Each domain presents its own brutal physics. Aircraft are light, winged, and aerodynamic, but would crumple and sink if they tried to submerge. Submarines are heavy, pressure-hardened cylinders, but are hopelessly slow and clumsy in the air. The Tic-Tac and its companions obeyed none of these rules. They moved between realms as effortlessly as a dolphin might leap from the water, but with a silence and precision that suggested a fundamental bypass of the forces involved. The physics of transitioning from water to air is extraordinarily punishing. When a human-made object breaks the surface from below, it displaces a massive volume of water, creating a large, noisy splash and a visible plume. It experiences a violent shift in density and drag. Submarines surface slowly, with great control, to manage these forces. The objects tracked in 2004 exhibited none of this. Witnesses, including Commander Fravor, reported no splash, no plume, no visible disturbance as the Tic-Tac emerged. It simply appeared above the water, as if the surface tension did not exist for it. This suggests the object either manipulated the water around it, creating a temporary vacuum or bubble, or possesses a propulsion system that negates hydrodynamic and aerodynamic drag altogether. Similarly, the transition from air to water was just as seamless. An object entering the water at high speed typically creates a massive, cavitating splash, a visible signature of impact. Radar and eyewitness accounts indicated the objects would descend from altitude and, at the point of contact with the ocean, simply vanish from radar returns intended for air tracking, while simultaneously appearing on sonar systems below. There was no deceleration, no ballistic arc, no impact signature. It was as if they switched off one set of physical laws and switched on another, moving between mediums like changing channels on a television. The performance within the water itself defies material science. Moving at hundreds of knots underwater should create massive cavitation bubbles, voids formed by low pressure behind a fast-moving object, which are noisy, destructive, and create a significant sonar signature. The submarine's sensitive passive arrays detected no such cavitation noise from these objects. Furthermore, the instantaneous depth changes reported by the Louisville imply an ability to negate water pressure. At a depth of even a few hundred feet, pressure is immense. Shifting thousands of feet in seconds would subject any structure to catastrophic stress gradients unless it was somehow shielded or indifferent to pressure differentials. These observed capabilities point toward theoretical propulsion and materials technologies far beyond our horizon. Some physicists and researchers point to field effect technology, the idea of creating a bubble or field around the craft that manipulates inertia, gravity, and fluid dynamics. In such a model, water and air would not be barriers to push through, but mediums to be shaped or ignored. Concepts like inertial mass reduction or gravitational propulsion, long relegated to science fiction and fringe science, become necessary to even begin modeling the performance witnessed by the Nimitz group. The craft seemed to move not by pushing against the medium, but by moving the space around itself. Within the Navy and the intelligence community, the data from the Nimitz incident was reportedly subjected to intense scrutiny. Multiple scientists and analysts with PhDs in physics, aeronautics, and materials science studied the radar returns, the FLIR footage, and the correlated sonar data. The consistent conclusion, according to those familiar with the internal reviews, was that there was no conventional explanation. The objects exhibited a lift and propulsion mechanism unknown to science, a signature that matched no known program, and a performance envelope that exceeded any projected, even black budget, capabilities by several orders of magnitude. The official designation, unidentified aerial phenomena, was a statement of fact, not a dismissal. This case, therefore, transcends the typical UFO sighting. It presents a coherent data set of a technology that operates on principles we do not understand, in environments we struggle to master, and with an apparent non-aggressive but supremely confident demeanor. It wasn't a fleeting light in the sky. It was a days-long demonstration witnessed by the most technologically sophisticated battle group on the planet. The Nimitz encounter forces a humbling admission. Something can fly in our skies and swim in our oceans with a freedom and capability that renders our own naval and air supremacy, in that context, provisional. This wasn't just one mystery. It was a demonstration of impossible technology across multiple domains, a week-long seminar in advanced physics delivered to the U.S. Navy. The implications ripple outward, suggesting that the mastery of the physical environment represented by our jets and submarines might be a very early, very crude chapter in a much longer book. From this modern, well-documented puzzle, we now journey back in time, to an era of tape recorders and vacuum tubes, to an encounter that is less about performance and more about proximity. A case where a USO didn't just race past a ship, but came close enough to touch, leaving a crew not with data, but with a chilling, personal sense of the uncanny. For over a decade, the Nimitz encounters remained a tightly held secret within the naval community, a classified anomaly discussed in hushed tones. That changed dramatically in December 2017, when the New York Times published a front-page article titled "Glowing Auras and Black Money: The Pentagon's Mysterious UFO Program." The article brought the story of the Tic-Tac into the global spotlight, accompanied by the official, declassified FLIR video captured by Commander Fravre's wingman. Overnight, the most credible UFO case in a generation entered the public domain, forcing a reluctant conversation into the open. The public narrative that followed rightly centered on the astonishing aerial performance and the credibility of the witnesses, decorated Navy pilots like David Fravre and his colleagues, who gave candid, compelling interviews. Their testimony, free of fanfare and rich in technical detail, shattered the stereotype of the UFO witness. However, the submerged aspect of the story, the critical USO component confirmed by the USS Louisville and the Princeton's tracking of objects descending into the ocean, received less emphasis. The public was captivated by the sky, while the equally important mystery of the deep remained, for the most part, below the surface of the discussion. The impact of the Nimitz disclosure was seismic within official channels. It acted as a catalyst, breaking a logjam of institutional inertia and stigma. Congressional hearings followed, with intelligence and military officials providing classified and unclassified briefings on what were now officially termed unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. The term itself, a shift from the culturally loaded UFO, signaled a new, data-driven approach. In 2020, the U.S. Navy formally updated its reporting guidelines, explicitly encouraging personnel, to come forward with sightings without fear of professional ridicule, a direct effort to gather more data on these elusive events. Slowly, the stigma that had silenced witnesses for decades began to erode. Other service members, from pilots to radar operators, began to share their own encounters, both past and present. The Nimitz case provided a template of credibility. If those witnesses were taken seriously, perhaps others would be too. This led to the declassification of additional videos from other incidents, like the gimbal and go fast videos, and the establishment of formal investigative offices like the UAP Task Force and its successor, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO. The mandate of ARO, notably, includes objects transmedium in nature, officially acknowledging that the phenomenon operates in and out of water. The USS Nimitz case stands as the cornerstone of this new era of inquiry. Its credibility is unassailable. Multiple, independent sensor systems, radar, electro-optical, FLIR, and sonar, track the objects. Multiple highly trained observers, pilots, radar operators, submarine sonar crews, witnessed them. The data was recorded and analyzed at the time. There is no credible argument for mass hallucination, sensor malfunction, or secret American technology that would be tested against a carrier strike group without the commanding admiral's knowledge. It is a dataset that demands an explanation. This case changed everything. It moved the conversation from the fringe to the forefront, from tabloids to the halls of Congress. It demonstrated that the phenomenon was real, physical, and operating with capabilities that dwarf our own. It forced the U.S. government to admit, in effect, that it did not have control of its own airspace or coastal waters against these intrusions. The acknowledgement was a watershed moment in the long history of human interaction with the unexplained. But profound questions remain unanswered. What are these objects? Where do they originate? What is their intent? The Nimitz encounter, for all its data, provides no clarity on these fundamental issues. The objects displayed clear intelligence and awareness, even anticipating a classified cap point. But their purpose for hovering over a turbulent patch of water, for inspecting a submarine, or for demonstrating such impossible agility remains opaque. The incident provided answers that only led to deeper, more complex mysteries. From the sunlit, modern mystery off the coast of California, we now steer our course back across the continent, to the cold, fog-shrouded waters of the Atlantic. Our next case returns us to an earlier technological era, but to a scenario just as unsettling. It involves not a high-tech battle group, but a lone weather ship on a solitary mission in a remote part of the ocean, where the crew would experience something not defined by speed or agility, but by an eerie, prolonged proximity that would test their nerves and leave them with a story few would believe, a story where the unknown didn't just pass by, but seemed to watch and wait from just beneath the waves. In March 2014, the USS John S. McCain, DDG-56, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, was on a critical mission in one of the world's most strategically vital and unstable waterways, the Gulf of Aden. This narrow body of water, connecting the Red Sea to the Arabian Sea, serves as a funnel for a significant portion of global maritime trade. For years, it had also been the hunting ground for sophisticated pirate networks operating from the coast of Somalia. The McCain's deployment was part of an international counterpiracy task force, a mission that combined vigilance with humanitarian intent, protecting vulnerable commercial shipping from armed boarding and hijacking. The environment demanded a constant state of high alert. The waters were a crowded mosaic of vessels, massive, slow-moving container ships and oil tankers, nimble fishing dhows that could conceal hostile intent, and warships from a coalition of nations including the United States, China, India, and several European countries. It was a place where a radar contact required instant classification, friend, neutral, or potential threat. The crew of the McCain were seasoned professionals, accustomed to the unique stress of this operating area, where a small, fast-moving blip on the radar could represent a skiff full of armed pirates making a run at a merchant vessel's stern. The John S. McCain was no ordinary ship. It was a floating fortress of technology, equipped with the Aegis combat system, one of the most advanced naval detection and engagement suites ever developed. Its powerful and spy 1D radar could track hundreds of contacts simultaneously, from low-flying missiles to surface vessels over the horizon. Its sonar systems, both hull-mounted and towed, provided a detailed picture of the underwater environment. For the crew, this technology was a force multiplier, allowing them to maintain a vast, protective bubble of awareness in a chaotic region. The crew's training was relentless and realistic. They drilled constantly for scenarios ranging from missile defense to small boat attacks. Watchstanders on the bridge and in the Combat Information Center, CIC, were experts in distinguishing the normal from the anomalous. They knew the typical speed and behavior of regional traffic. Night operations were standard, as pirates often used the cover of darkness to approach their targets. On this particular night in March, conditions were deceptively calm. The sea was flat, the sky clear and moonless, offering exceptional visibility for both human lookouts and thermal imaging systems. The ship cut through the black water, a beacon of ordered technology in a region of latent chaos. All systems were operating nominally. The radar screens in the CIC showed the usual tapestry of contacts, each tagged and identified by the ship's computers based on their speed, course, and transponder signals. The sonar room reported a quiet underwater picture. No submarine threats detected, just the usual background noise of the busy shipping lane. The watch teams rotated with quiet efficiency. There was a professional tension in the air, the kind that sharpens the senses but does not fray the nerves. They were looking for the known threat: fast-moving small boats, motherships disguised as fishing vessels, any pattern that suggested a pirate attack vector forming. The McCain patrolled its assigned sector, a sovereign sentinel enforcing a fragile order. Its presence was a deterrent, its capabilities a promise of swift response. For the commercial sailors on the tankers and freighters plodding through the Gulf, the silhouette of an American destroyer on the horizon was a tangible reassurance. The mission, while dangerous, had a clear and defined enemy, one that operated within the understood bounds of human conflict and criminality. The crew's world was one of identifiable threats and standard operating procedures, a complex but knowable chessboard. But pirates weren't what they encountered that night. As the ship maintained its vigilant patrol, a new contact appeared, not on the surface radar where a pirate skiff would be, nor in the air where aircraft or drones would register. It appeared instead on the sonar displays, deep below the surface. It was a solid return, but it was moving in a way that immediately caught the operator's trained eye. It wasn't following a shipping lane or a predictable course. It was moving directly, purposefully, and at a significant speed, not toward any merchant vessel, but on an intercept course with the USS John S. McCain itself. In the tense, professional atmosphere of the CIC, a new kind of alertness took hold, one for which their extensive piracy drills had not prepared them. Faced with an unprecedented tactical picture, the commanding officer of the John S. McCain initiated a strict, by-the-book response protocol. The primary objective was not engagement, but intelligence collection. A clear order echoed through the ship's communication system: track and record. Weapons hold. Maintain observation. Every sensor feed, the raw spy, one radar data, the sonar returns, the optical and infrared footage from deck cameras, was routed to redundant recording systems. In the Combat Information Center, specialists manned every console, their voices calm and procedural as they called out data. Formation holding speed, 120 knots. Course 270, parallel to ours. depth alternating between 200 and 800 feet in synchronized cycles. The atmosphere was one of intense, focused professionalism. The crew, now at general quarters, were at their assigned stations, but there was no scramble for battle helmets or the tense silence that precedes a potential engagement. Instead, there was a methodical buzz of activity. Weapons officers monitored their systems, but kept them in a passive, standby mode. The rules of engagement were clear. Without a demonstrated hostile act or intent, no defensive measures were authorized. The objects, despite their alarming capabilities and close proximity, had made no threatening moves. They simply accompanied. Secure satellite communications were established with Fleet Command and the other coalition vessels operating in the Gulf. The McCain's report was transmitted in coded bursts, multiple unidentified contacts exhibiting transmedium capability, high speed, and coordinated formation flying. The request was for independent confirmation. Within minutes, a response crackled back. A British Royal Navy frigate, the HMS Northumberland, operating over the horizon, reported detecting the same formation on its own advanced radar and sonar suites. Their data matched perfectly. Number, speed, formation, and the eerie synchronicity of movement. This cross-verification was critical. It eliminated any possibility of a localized sensor spoof or electronic warfare attack against the McCain alone. The objects settled into a stable pattern. They maintained a distance of exactly 5 nautical miles off the McCain's starboard beam, holding that interval with flawless precision. They didn't close the gap, nor did they attempt to flee or evade. They paced the American destroyer, mirroring its general course and speed adjustments, a silent, luminous escort in the dark. Their maneuvers were deliberate, not erratic. The synchronized ascents and descents continued, but now they seemed almost rhythmic, a slow, pulsing ballet in the dark water and air. The pattern strongly suggested observation, a deliberate, maintained standoff distance for study. A subtle shift occurred among the crew. The initial spike of adrenaline, the instinctive readiness for a fight, gradually gave way to a profound, eerie calm. The objects displayed no aggression. There was no locking of targeting sensors onto the ship, no rapid approaches, no demonstrations of weaponry. The feeling that permeated the CIC and the bridge was not one of imminent danger, but of being scrutinized. They felt observed, studied by a patient, silent intelligence that was methodically collecting its own data. The professional curiosity of the sailors, sonar operators, radar technicians, naval aviators assigned to the ship's helicopter detachment began to override fear. Whispered conversations speculated on propulsion, coordination, and origin, but always in the hushed, analytical tones of experts confronted with a superior technology. For 3 hours, the dance continued. The USS John S. McCain sailed on its planned patrol route, and the formation of 20-plus objects maintained its perfect, parallel station 5 miles away. Watch teams rotated at their scheduled times. The incoming crew briefed in quiet, serious tones. The recorded data piled up, a treasure trove of anomalous performance. The night sky began to lighten in the east, a pale blue-gray smudge on the horizon heralding the dawn. As the first hints of sunlight touched the high clouds, the formation initiated its final, coordinated maneuver. In perfect unison, the objects that were on the surface slipped beneath the waves. Then, the entire formation, still holding its grid-like shape, executed a sharp, 90-degree turn to the south. Still moving at 120 knots, still in flawless formation, they accelerated away from the McCain, their signals on both radar and sonar diminishing rapidly until they merged with the background clutter of the ocean and vanished entirely. The Gulf of Aden was suddenly, normally, empty. The departure was as calculated and precise as the entire 3-hour escort. The formation, holding its perfect grid, ceased its parallel pacing. For a moment, It seemed to hang in the water and air, a constellation of blue-white lights against the pre-dawn gloom. Then, without any visible transition or buildup of energy, it accelerated. The speed readings, already impressive, spiked dramatically. Radar and sonar operators called out the numbers as they climbed. 200 knots, 250, 320. The formation was now moving faster than most fighter jets at sea level, but doing so primarily underwater, a feat that should have created a cataclysmic cavitation roar. The sensors reported only the smooth, silent signature of their passage. Then, they were gone, not by fading into the distance, but seemingly by command. At a point where the formation was still well within sensor range, all 20-plus contacts vanished simultaneously from every system: surface radar, air search radar, and sonar. One moment they were distinct, bright returns. The next, there was nothing. It was as if a switch had been flipped, a cloaking device engaged, or they had transitioned instantly into a medium or dimension the ship's sensors could not perceive. The ocean and air where they had been was suddenly, unnervingly empty, leaving only the McCain cutting through the quiet sea as the sun finally breached the horizon. In the hours that followed, the crew moved through the routines of securing from general quarters with a subdued, thoughtful air. They had witnessed something that recalibrated their understanding of their own technology and their domain. Multiple, detailed reports were generated: the commanding officer's narrative, the CIC's tactical log, the sonar and radar data packages, and statements from key lookouts and officers. This comprehensive dossier was encrypted and transmitted via secure satellite link up the chain of command, destined for the offices of naval intelligence and likely higher, into the realm of special access programs. An investigation was, by all accounts, conducted. Analysts would have pored over the correlated data from the McCain and the British frigate. The conclusion was inevitable. The event was authentic, unexplained, and demonstrated capabilities with no known terrestrial counterpart. The findings of that investigation were classified at a high level, stamped with caveats that restricted dissemination. The official stance became one of silent acknowledgement. The incident was real, but not for public discussion. The crew was formally debriefed, a standard procedure reminding them of their obligations to operational security. The message was clear. What they saw was a matter of national security, not a topic for port talk or personal blogs. As with so many of these cases, the story eventually found its way into the light through unofficial channels. Years later, retired crew members, their service obligations fulfilled, began to share fragments of the story with journalists and researchers. Their accounts, consistent in their details, painted the picture of the silent, coordinated formation. These leaks, coupled with the growing public and congressional interest in UAP's post-2017, have lent the 2014 Gulf of Aden incident a firm place in the modern canon of credible USO encounters. The region itself has a whispered history of such activity. Local fishermen from Somalia and Yemen have tales of underwater stars and moving lights that race beneath their dhows. The Gulf of Aden, a place of ancient trade routes and modern strife, seems to also be a recurring site for this more enigmatic traffic. The 2014 event suggests that whatever operates there is not just passing through, but maybe conducting sustained, coordinated operations, perhaps observing the naval traffic that congregates in the strategically vital choke point. From the warm, contested waters of the Gulf of Aden, we now chart a course to a very different environment: the frigid, remote expanse of the North Atlantic. Our next case moves from a modern Aegis destroyer to a vessel from a different era, a World War II-era cargo ship on a lonely, fog-shrouded journey. Here, the encounter would be less about technology and formation flying, and more about a close, haunting proximity that would leave a seasoned crew questioning the very nature of the sea they sailed, as a silent, massive shape rose from the depths to pace their ship through a long, tense night. In September 1972, the Cold War was in a state of deep freeze. The strategic chessboard extended into the northern seas, where control of the frigid waters between Norway and Iceland meant control of the crucial Greenland-Iceland United Kingdom (JUK) gap, the choke point through which Soviet submarines would have to pass to reach the open Atlantic. It was here that NATO launched Exercise Strong Express, one of the largest and most significant naval exercises of the era. The message was clear. The alliance was watching, listening, and ready to defend its northern flank against any incursion. The Norwegian Sea was a fitting stage for this display of force. Its waters are perpetually cold, often shrouded in mist and fog, with a harsh, unforgiving climate. The exercise involved a formidable array of naval power from the United States, the United Kingdom, Norway, and other NATO partners. Aircraft carriers like the USS Forrestal formed the centerpiece, surrounded by a protective screen of destroyers, frigates, and support vessels. The air hummed with the constant traffic of patrol aircraft, Orions and Neptunes, their bomb bays packed not with weapons, but with sonobuoys and magnetic anomaly detectors. The primary objective was anti-submarine warfare, ASW. The scenario simulated the detection, tracking, and hypothetical engagement of enemy submarines attempting to breach the defensive line. Every ping of active sonar, every dropped sonobuoy, was part of a vast, coordinated effort to sweep the deep for hidden contacts. The expectation was that real Soviet submarines, always eager to gather intelligence on NATO tactics and sensor capabilities, would be drawn to the exercise like moths to a flame, lurking at the periphery to observe. The cat-and-mouse game was not just a simulation. It was a live, high-stakes rehearsal for a potential Third World War. The atmosphere across the fleet was one of intense professionalism and underlying tension. This was not routine training. It was a strategic signal to Moscow. Communications between ships and aircraft were crisp and coded. Commanders on the bridges of their vessels peered into the gray mist, knowing that beyond the visible horizon, both Allied and potentially hostile forces were moving in the deep. The technology was the best of its time. New, low-frequency sonars, towed passive arrays, and computer-assisted tracking systems that were just beginning to revolutionize naval warfare. The strategic importance of the region was immense. The Norwegian Sea was a frontier, a buffer between the Soviet Northern Fleet's bases on the Kola Peninsula and the open Atlantic Sea lanes. For NATO, holding this line was existential. The sailors participating in Strong Express were acutely aware of their role. They were the tripwire, the first line of defense. Their performance in the exercise directly informed war plans and deterrence calculations. A mistake here, in training, could mean catastrophe in a real conflict. As the exercise entered its operational phase, the network of sensors began to paint a picture of the underwater battlefield. Initial contacts were as expected, the signatures of the participating NATO submarines playing the role of the enemy, the biological background of whale pods, and the distant, ambiguous noises that could be anything from geological activity to a Soviet boat staying carefully out of range. The coordination between navies was impressive, a testament to years of alliance building and shared procedure. The exercise was proceeding nominally, a complex symphony of detection and maneuver unfolding across thousands of square miles of cold, dark ocean. But what they detected was neither NATO nor Soviet. As the networked sensor grid focused on a particular sector of the exercise area, a series of anomalous returns began to appear. They were initially faint, dismissed as deep-sea thermoclines or schools of large fish. But they persisted, and they moved. Unlike the predictable diesel or nuclear signatures of submarines, these contacts were silent on passive sonar. When actively pinged, they returned a solid, metallic echo, but one that was shaped wrong, too rounded, too smooth. And they were deep, far below the normal operating depth of any known submarine, holding a position on the edge of the abyssal plain where the water pressure was enough to crush steel. The exercise, with all its planned complexity, was about to be interrupted by an uninvited and utterly inexplicable participant. The fleet's commanders, after the initial shock of the confirmation, made a calculated decision. They would attempt to close with the object. This was not an act of aggression, but of intense scientific and military curiosity. Orders were relayed. A destroyer and a frigate, the fastest surface vessels in the immediate area, were detached from the main exercise to attempt an intercept. The ships turned, their bows cutting through the cold, gray swells, their powerful sonars now focused like a spotlight on the single, enigmatic contact holding steady in the deep. The pursuit was on. Yet, from the very beginning, it was clear this was no ordinary quarry. As the warships increased speed, the object did not flee. Instead, it maintained a perfect, constant distance from them. If the destroyer accelerated to 25 knots, the contact matched that relative speed, holding its position. If the ships changed course, the contact adjusted its own heading precisely to maintain the same bearing and range. This wasn't evasion. It was a demonstration of control. The separation, roughly 5 nautical miles, became an invisible, uncrossable barrier. The object seemed to establish a rule. You may follow, but you may not approach. There was an almost playful, intelligent quality to its movements. At one point, the pursuing ships attempted a classic pincer maneuver, splitting to approach from 2 different vectors. The object, seemingly aware of the tactic the moment it was conceived, executed a smooth, curving turn that kept it perfectly equidistant from both vessels, placing itself at the apex of the triangle they formed. It anticipated every change in speed, every subtle course correction. It felt less like a chase and more like a carefully choreographed dance, with the object leading and the might of the NATO fleet respectfully and futilely following. This behavior led to a growing realization on the bridges and in the CICs of the pursuing ships. They were not testing the object's capabilities. The object was testing theirs. It was demonstrating a form of situational awareness so total that it seemed to read their intentions. It showcased a propulsion system that allowed for instant acceleration and perfect speed matching without any visible effort. It was a live-fire demonstration of technological superiority, conducted not with weapons, but with serene, unassailable maneuverability. The crews were no longer hunters. They were students in an impromptu, deeply humbling lecture on physics. Occasionally, as if to remind its pursuers of its tangible reality, the object would rise from the depths. It would approach the surface, broaching just enough to be seen. Lookouts on the destroyer's bridge, peering through binoculars into the mist and spray, would catch fleeting glimpses. They reported a large, dark shape, like a smoothed, elongated hull. It had no visible superstructure, no conning tower, no running lights, no portholes. Its surface was featureless, absorbing the dim northern light rather than reflecting it. It would hold this position for only a minute or two, a silent, dark island in the gray sea, before sliding back beneath the waves with a smoothness that left almost no wake, disappearing from sight long before it vanished from the sonar screens. The pursuit stretched on, not for minutes, but for hours. The initial detachment was reinforced. Other vessels, their own exercise tasks forgotten, joined the silent, spreading cordon around the contact. The crews, who had begun their day with the simulated stress of a Cold War confrontation, now operated under a different kind of strain, the sustained, awe-filled tension of the unexplained. They were exhausted, running on adrenaline and fascination. Hot coffee circulated on bridges, but few felt the need for it. The mystery was a more potent stimulant. It was as if we were the ones being observed and tested. This quiet sentiment spread through the fleet. The object's behavior was neither hostile nor friendly. It was analytical. It probed the fleet's reaction time, its sensor acuity, its tactical flexibility, and found them predictable. The hours-long engagement felt like an examination, a quiet assessment of NATO's naval prowess conducted by an intelligence that viewed their most advanced technology as quaint, even primitive. As the long Arctic twilight began to deepen into a proper night, the object, having completed its silent survey, initiated its final maneuver. It ceased its evasive patterns and held a steady course south, its speed still perfectly matched to the ships trailing it, as if leading them one last time before the lesson ended. In the aftermath of the hours-long pursuit, the commanding officers of the involved NATO vessels did not simply return to their exercise scripts. Secure, high-frequency communications linked the flagships of the American, British, and Norwegian task forces. A quick, urgent conference was convened at the highest operational level available. The reports were compared, and the picture was unanimous and unsettling. Every nation's sensors, American sonar, British radar, Norwegian acoustic arrays, had recorded the same impossible performance. The data matched perfectly across platforms and borders. This was not a sensor ghost or a national secret. It was a shared, undeniable event experienced by the entire multinational fleet. The discussion that followed was not about identification, but about consequence. No explanation within the bounds of known technology or known adversaries could satisfy the data. It was clearly not a Soviet asset. Its capabilities were generations beyond even the most optimistic Western intelligence estimates. Labeling it as such could trigger a catastrophic intelligence failure and potentially dangerous escalation. The only other conclusion, a non-human or extranational technology of unknown origin operating with impunity in a strategically vital NATO exercise area, was, from a geopolitical standpoint, even more destabilizing. It presented a threat for which there was no contingency plan. A decision was reached, not through a formal treaty, but through a sober, mutual understanding among the Allied commanders. The incident would be classified at the highest possible level. All participants, from admirals down to sonar operators, were to be debriefed and reminded in the strongest terms of their obligations under the Official Secrets Acts and their national security oaths. The story of the silent, dancing object was not to leave the confines of secured intelligence channels. Detailed after-action reports were compiled, but these were not filed with the routine exercise paperwork. They were stamped with severe classification caveats and sent under guard to the intelligence directorates of each respective nation, where they would be cross-referenced and buried in vaults. To the public and the press, Exercise Strong Express was declared a resounding success. Communiques spoke of enhanced coordination, improved tactical readiness, and the demonstrated solidarity of the NATO alliance. There was no mention of the uninvited guest, the hours spent chasing a phantom that outclassed every ship in the fleet. The official story was one of flawless, human-controlled procedure. The truth was sealed behind a wall of international consensus. This international cooperation in silence is perhaps one of the most telling aspects of the entire incident. In the heart of the Cold War, with mutual suspicion at a fever pitch, rival intelligence agencies from multiple nations, who spied on each other daily, agreed without dispute to classify and suppress the same information. The Americans, British, and Norwegians did not accuse each other of testing secret technology. They recognized they had witnessed something outside all their portfolios. Their shared silence was an admission of shared ignorance, and a shared fear of the geopolitical Pandora's box its acknowledgement might open. The files, to this day, remain classified by all involved nations. No official documents from Strong Express detailing the anomalous contact have been released via Freedom of Information requests. They are invariably denied on grounds of national security. The full story has only emerged in pieces, decades later, Through the testimonies of retired sailors and officers who were there, their memories still sharp with the chill of the Norwegian sea and the eerie precision of the object that defied them. Their accounts, given freely in old age, form the patchwork history of the event. Sometimes silence speaks louder than disclosure. The coordinated, multinational suppression of the 1972 Norwegian Sea incident tells us that what was encountered was not just a curiosity, but a phenomenon so fundamentally disruptive that the only prudent response, for rival nations locked in a global struggle, was to pretend it never happened. From this consensus of silence in the frozen north, we journey now to a warmer, but equally mysterious, sea. Our next case takes us to the Caribbean, not in the age of supercarriers, but in the age of sail and steam, to an account from a U.S. Navy sailing ship in the 19th century, a reminder that the mystery of the deep is not a modern invention, but a story as old as our voyages upon the waves. In July of 1989, off the western coast of the Hawaiian island of Kauai, the U.S. Navy was preparing to conduct a series of highly sensitive weapons tests. This was not open ocean. It was the Pacific Missile Range Facility, PMRF, a vast, instrumented expanse of sea and airspace that functioned as the Pentagon's premier outdoor laboratory. Stretching over thousands of square miles, the PMRF was arguably the most monitored and controlled piece of ocean on Earth. Its purpose was to provide unambiguous data on the performance of America's most advanced naval and aerospace technologies. The environment was a web of precision. Underwater, a grid of hydrophones and seabed sensors lay on the ocean floor, capable of tracking the acoustic signature of a test torpedo or submarine with pinpoint accuracy. The airspace was monitored by an array of radars, long-range surveillance, precision tracking, and metric systems designed to follow high-speed targets like cruise missiles. The surface of the ocean was dotted with instrumented tracking vessels, their decks bristling with antennas and cameras. Often, a Navy submarine would be stationed below, playing the role of target or silent observer, its own sensors adding another layer to the data collection net. On this particular day, the scheduled test involved a new anti-ship missile system. The atmosphere at the Range Control Center on Kauai and aboard the various support ships was one of focused, technical calm. Checklists were reviewed, frequencies tested, safety zones confirmed. Every piece of equipment, from the largest radar dish to the smallest underwater acoustic receiver, was calibrated and checked. The integrity of the data was paramount. A single glitch could cost millions of dollars and set a program back months. The space was sanitized. Commercial air and sea traffic were warned away, ensuring a clean electronic and physical background against which the test would unfold. A surface task force, usually centered on a guided missile cruiser or destroyer, would be positioned within the range. Their sophisticated Aegis or other combat systems were part of the test, tasked with detecting, tracking, and simulating engagement of the incoming missile. The submarine support, often a Los Angeles-class boat, would be monitoring from the deep, providing a crucial underwater perspective and sometimes launching surrogate targets. The coordination was a ballet of timing and technology, with every participant linked by secure data links feeding a constant stream of information back to the range controllers. The PMRF represented the zenith of late Cold War military monitoring capability. If an object entered this space, it would be seen, heard, and measured by multiple, redundant systems. Its speed, size, radar cross-section, acoustic signature, and thermal profile would be recorded with a fidelity impossible anywhere else on the planet. This was not a place for ambiguous contacts. It was a domain of absolute measurement, designed to eliminate the unknown through overwhelming data. Weather conditions on the day in question were perfect for observation. The Pacific sky was a clear, deep blue, offering unlimited visibility. The sea was calm, with a gentle swell that wouldn't interfere with surface radars or optical tracking. The sun's position was ideal for thermal imaging. It was, in every sense, a pristine day for gathering flawless data. All systems across the range reported green status. The countdown to the missile launch proceeded normally. The vast, expensive machine of the test range was awake, watching, and waiting. In the most surveilled waters on the planet, something appeared. It did so not during the chaos of a missile launch, but in the quiet, pre-test calibration period. On the displays in the Range Control Center, a new track emerged. It wasn't on the surface, where the support ships were. It wasn't in the air, where the test missile would soon fly. It was deep underwater, a solid return on the seabed sensor grid and the hull sonars of the surface vessels. But it was moving, and its track was not that of a U.S. Navy submarine, whose position and course were known to the controllers. This was an unknown, a hard, clear contact proceeding through the heart of the sanitized test zone, as if unaware or utterly unconcerned by the dense net of sensors it had just entered. The test sequence was in its final, pre-launch phase. Aboard the surface vessels, missile technicians stood by their consoles. In the Range Control Center on Kauai, officers monitored the countdown. The atmosphere was one of anticipatory silence, broken only by the soft chatter of status reports. Then, precisely minutes before the scheduled launch time, a new alert tone sounded in the tracking room. An operator called out, "Unidentified submerged contact, bearing 290, range 20,000 yards, entering the western perimeter of the range." The contact was not just near the test area. It was moving directly into the heart of the instrumented zone, the very space about to become a high-energy battlefield. Immediately, standard identification protocols were initiated. The surface vessels, using underwater communication systems, sent out coded acoustic queries, pulses designed to trigger a response from any friendly submarine. There was no reply. Over secure radio channels, Range Control contacted all participating U.S. submarines. Each one reported its position. None were near the bearing of the unknown contact. The contact was not on the pre-cleared vessel list, a sacrosanct document in a weapons test. It was an unauthorized, and therefore a potentially hostile, intrusion. Security protocols, built for this exact scenario, snapped into place. The range controller issued a tentative hold on the countdown. The tracking focus shifted instantly from the upcoming missile to the intruder. Surface ships turned their most powerful bow-mounted sonars toward the contact, painting it with active pings to get a clearer picture. The data that returned was perplexing. The object was solid, giving a strong metallic return, but its shape profile was ambiguous, smooth, elongated, and unlike the angular silhouettes of known submarine classes. More critically, its speed was calculated at over 50 knots, a speed sustainable only by the fastest nuclear attack submarines, and it showed no sign of slowing. Secure radio hails were broadcast on maritime emergency frequencies. Unidentified vessel entering restricted U.S. Navy test area. You are ordered to identify yourself and alter course immediately. Repeat, alter course immediately. The messages, sent in the clear as a final warning, echoed out over the empty sea. There was no response, no radio transmission, no change in the object's speed or heading. It continued its direct, unwavering approach, moving on a course that would take it straight through the target impact zone where the missile was supposed to detonate. This forced a critical decision. The launch was now on indefinite hold. The safety of the test, and of the intruding vessel itself, was paramount. Firing a missile, even a test missile, into an area with an unidentified contact was unthinkable. Million-dollar equipment and schedules were now secondary to this new, urgent mystery. As the senior officers debated, the object's behavior grew even more confounding. It didn't just pass through the periphery. It slowed as it reached the precise geographic center of the instrumented target area, the spot designated for the missile's terminal maneuver. There, it came to a complete stop, hovering in the water column. This was no accident of navigation. The placement was deliberate, exact. The object had moved at high speed into the most heavily monitored patch of ocean in the Pacific and had parked itself at the exact focal point of the entire test apparatus. It was now sitting where the warhead would have exploded, surrounded by the most dense concentration of cameras, hydrophones, and radars ever assembled. The implication was staggering. The object seemed aware of the test's purpose and timing. It had not blundered into the range. It had arrived just before the launch and positioned itself to be observed by the full suite of sensors. It had, in effect, hijacked the test, turning the Navy's own multi-million-dollar observation network into a platform for its own examination. In the control room and on the ships, the mood shifted from procedural concern to profound curiosity. The security threat was still present, but the object's actions lacked any overtly hostile signature. It wasn't maneuvering aggressively, projecting weapon energy, or attempting to jam sensors. It was simply there, holding position, presenting itself. The question hanging in the air, unspoken but felt by every seasoned officer present, was whether this was an act of technological espionage by a foreign power demonstrating unbelievable stealth, or something else entirely. The timing was too perfect, the placement too precise. Was this curiosity, or something more intentional? As the test teams watched their screens, the object, having held its position for several long minutes, began to move again. But it didn't leave the way it came. Instead, it began a slow, deliberate rotation in place, as if presenting different facets of itself to the various sensors arrayed around it. Then, it initiated a vertical descent, dropping straight down through the water toward the seabed sensor grid, its signal remaining crisp and clear all the way down, as if ensuring it was tracked on every possible frequency until the very last moment. The decision was swift and unequivocal. The missile launch was postponed indefinitely. The test was no longer the priority. The new priority was the object holding station 800 feet below the surface, directly in the bullseye of the test range. In an instant, the purpose of the entire multi-million-dollar apparatus pivoted. The tracking systems, painstakingly calibrated to follow a supersonic missile, were now wholly focused on this silent, hovering intruder. The range's unparalleled surveillance capability, meant to study human technology, was now studying something else entirely. Every available sensor was brought to bear. High-resolution underwater cameras on remote-operated vehicles were deployed from a support ship, though the depth and murk made a clear visual difficult. The seabed hydrophone array provided a crystal-clear acoustic picture. The object emitted no machinery noise, no cavitation, no propeller signature. It was acoustically inert, a silent silhouette against the background hiss of the sea. Surface ship sonars, both active and passive, painted the same picture, a solid, dense object, maintaining perfect depth and position with no discernible means of propulsion. It was as stable as if anchored to the seafloor, yet it was suspended in mid-water. For 30 minutes, the object did not move a meter. It simply hung there, a dark, enigmatic pupil at the center of a vast, technological iris. This was not the behavior of a lost submarine or a damaged craft. It was a posture of waiting, of patience. It had chosen its stage, the most instrumented patch of ocean on the planet, and was now holding center stage, allowing the Navy's entire sensor suite to examine it. The passivity was deliberate, almost inviting. It made no attempt to hide, to flee, or to communicate. It just was. Aboard the command vessels and in the range control center, a quiet debate unfolded among the senior officers. Their options were limited and fraught. They could not proceed with the test. The safety violation was absolute. They could attempt to force the object to move, using acoustic bangs from sonar, or even deploying a small, non-lethal explosive charge as a warning. But such actions against an unidentified object of unknown capability and intent were deemed reckless. The default stance, born of both caution and intense curiosity, was to continue observing, to gather as much data as possible from this unprecedented opportunity. The unspoken question permeating every discussion was one of purpose. Why was it here? The timing was too precise to be coincidence. It had arrived minutes before a scheduled test of a cutting-edge anti-ship weapons system. It had navigated directly to the target impact point. It was now stationary, being scrutinized by the very sensors designed to evaluate advanced technology. The logical conclusion, uncomfortable as it was, pointed toward intelligence gathering. The object, or its operators, appeared to be studying them. Their test protocols, their sensor capabilities, their reaction times, and perhaps the very technology of the missile itself. The nature of this intelligence operation, however, was baffling. If it were a foreign power, a Soviet spy sub, for instance, this was an act of unimaginable boldness and technological prowess. It would mean the Soviets possessed a submarine that was utterly silent, capable of incredible speed, and able to hover motionless without any stabilizing systems, all while infiltrating the most secure U.S. naval test zone. This seemed a greater leap than accepting the object as something entirely outside known human development. The other possibility, that the intelligence was non-human, hovered at the edge of rational thought, but was never voiced in official channels. For the crews manning the tracking stations, the experience was surreal. They were trained to watch for threats, to track targets, to evaluate performance data. Now, they were the ones feeling evaluated. The object's silent, patient presence created an undeniable psychological pressure. It felt less like a standoff and more like an examination. They were the subjects under the microscope, their every sensor adjustment and communication a data point for the silent observer below. The normal chatter in control rooms was subdued, replaced by a watchful, eerie calm. A silent message seemed to hang in the water between the fleet and the object. We are watching your technology. It was a demonstration of access and indifference. The object had penetrated the crown jewel of U.S. naval testing with ease, displayed capabilities that rendered the surrounding fleet's defensive posture moot, and then settled in to observe, confident in its own invulnerability. The power dynamic was subtly but completely flipped. The Navy, the hunter in this prepared arena, had become the observed. After the 30-minute mark, the object concluded its vigil. Without any precursor, no engine flare, no change in acoustic signature, it began to move. But it didn't head for the surface or the open ocean. It continued its descent, dropping slowly and steadily deeper, down past the range of the deployed cameras, its signal on the hydrophone array remaining strong and clear. It was moving deliberately down toward the seabed sensor grid itself, as if to ensure its departure was tracked on every single instrument until the last possible second, leaving behind a complete, high-fidelity data trail of its entire visit, from dramatic entry, to patient hover, to deliberate exit. The object's departure was as decisive as its arrival. Having descended to the edge of the seabed sensor grid, it paused one final time. Then, it accelerated. The hydrophones recorded the initial surge, a rapid increase in velocity without the corresponding roar of turbines or the violent collapse of cavitation bubbles. The speed calculations, made from the Doppler shift of its return signal, became unbelievable. 400 knots, 450. The numbers climbed as the contact streaked westward, leaving the instrumented range behind. It was moving through the deep ocean faster than an airliner flies through the sky, a velocity that should have torn any conceivable structure apart and lit up the acoustic sensors with a thunderous roar. Yet, its signature remained peculiarly clean, a sharp, solid return moving in near silence. It continued on this bearing for several minutes, its signal gradually attenuating with distance, until it finally merged with the ambient noise of the deep Pacific and vanished from all sensors. The sea within the missile range was suddenly, profoundly empty. The standoff was over. After a safety hold to ensure the object was truly gone and not circling back, the range controllers made the decision to proceed with the postponed missile test. The launch was conducted, the data gathered, but for many participants, the primary event of the day had already occurred. In the following weeks, a dedicated team of analysts pored over the captured data. The object's dimensions were estimated at approximately 150 feet in length, with a diameter suggesting a cylindrical or cigar-like shape. Its radar cross-section, when it had briefly neared the surface, was small and smooth, offering little detail. Thermographic sensors detected no waste heat signature, no thermal bloom from engines or reactors. It was as thermally inert as the surrounding seawater. The complete absence of a conventional propulsion signature was the most confounding technical detail. There was no chemical exhaust, no nuclear steam plant signature, no detectable electromagnetic field of the magnitude required for magnetohydrodynamic drive. It moved as if by an internal principle that left no external trace. The conclusion within the technical reports was stark. No known or projected technology matched the object's performance profile. It was an outlier in every dataset. Military intelligence took a keen interest, cross-referencing the PMRF data with other classified reports of anomalous underwater contacts. A pattern began to suggest itself. Intrusions into areas of high military significance, exercises, test ranges, strategic patrol zones. The object's behavior at PMRF pointed less to espionage in the traditional sense and more to a form of technological appraisal. The chilling question arose. Were these objects systematically monitoring the development and deployment of human weapons technology? Subsequent investigations revealed that this was not an isolated incident at the Pacific Missile Range. Over the years, other test directors and range security officers had reported similar, fleeting intrusions by fast-moving, silent contacts that would appear on the edge of the instrumented area, observe, and then depart at impossible speeds. These reports were often filed away as unexplained sensor anomalies to avoid bureaucratic complications, but in aggregate, they suggested a persistent, low-level surveillance of humanity's most advanced military testing grounds. In response, range security protocols were quietly enhanced. New passive acoustic detection nets were deployed, and analysis software was tweaked to flag contacts with anomalous kinematic signatures. But the fundamental mystery remained unresolved. The 1989 incident stood as a benchmark, a case where the observer effect was literal. The Navy's best sensors had turned upon an observer that had come to watch them, resulting in a treasure trove of data that only deepened the mystery. The object had used their own laboratory to deliver a silent seminar on physics they could not replicate. From test ranges to operational deployment, the pattern of observation seemed to follow naval activity. Our next case moves from the controlled environment of a range to the raw, unpredictable reality of a combat zone. We journey now to the coastal waters of Vietnam during the conflict there, where a U.S. Navy patrol boat, engaged in the tense, nocturnal reality of riverine warfare, would encounter a phenomenon that had no place in any tactical manual. A silent, glowing presence that rose from the muddy delta waters, observing the observers of war, a moment of eerie calm amidst the chaos of battle. In the spring of 1992, the Persian Gulf was a sea still reverberating from the thunder of war. Operation Desert Storm had concluded over a year prior, but the political and military landscape remained fraught. To enforce the ceasefire and protect vulnerable populations, the United States and its allies initiated Operation Southern Watch, a massive aerial policing mission to monitor and enforce a no-fly zone over southern Iraq. The USS Independence, CV-62, aircraft carrier, and its accompanying battle group were the spearhead of this effort, a floating bastion of American power stationed in the northern Gulf. The operational tempo was relentless. From the flight deck of the Independence, a constant cycle of F-14 Tomcats, F/A, 18 Hornets, and E-2C Hawkeyes launched around the clock, their missions ranging from combat air patrols to reconnaissance flights along the contested Iraqi border. The atmosphere throughout the carrier group was one of serious, sustained vigilance. This was not a training exercise. It was an active combat zone patrol, with the ever-present risk of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire, missile batteries, or fast attack craft. The crews, many of whom had served during Desert Storm, were professionals operating on a fine edge of readiness. The Persian Gulf itself presented unique challenges. It is a relatively shallow, confined body of water, flanked by hostile coastlines. Its waters are complex, a mix of deep channels and extensive shoals, with extreme temperatures and salinity gradients that play havoc with sonar propagation. The threat of naval mines, a persistent danger during the war, lingered in the minds of every captain and sonar operator. The strategic importance of the region was immense. It was a choke point for global oil transportation, making every warship there a guardian of economic stability as well as a military asset. Aboard the destroyers, cruisers, and frigates screening the carrier, alert levels were perpetually high. Watchstanders in combat information centers monitored radar screens for unauthorized aircraft and surface contacts. Sonar technicians listened intently to the underwater cacophony, trained to distinguish between the normal sounds of commercial shipping, biological activity, and the threatening signature of a submarine or a drifting mine. The shallow water meant contacts could appear and disappear rapidly, and the acoustic conditions often created false echoes and thermal layers that mimicked real targets. It was an environment that demanded both advanced technology and human intuition. The men and women of the fleet were on edge, but it was a controlled, professional edge. They were veterans of high-stakes operations. They understood the gravity of their mission, to project stability, deter aggression, and be prepared to respond with overwhelming force if challenged. The presence of other navies in the region, those of Iran and the residual Iraqi navy, added another layer of complexity to the tactical picture. Every unknown contact required immediate classification. Multiple deployments from various allied nations were present, creating a dense, international naval tapestry. Coordination was constant, through secure links and established protocols. Amidst this orchestrated display of power and caution, the crews of the most advanced sensor platforms in the world began to notice subtle anomalies. These weren't the clear, hostile signatures they drilled for. They were something else, fleeting, intelligent patterns in the noise. Unidentified sonar returns would appear at extreme range, hold for a few sweeps, and then vanish. Brief, unexplained disturbances would appear on the surface radar at night, moving at speeds that didn't correlate with any known surface craft in the area before blinking out. In these contested waters, the crew noticed strange patterns. At first, they were logged as anomalous or possible biologics and filed away. But the patterns persisted night after night. They seemed to cluster around the carrier group's position, especially during periods of high operational activity, like major flight ops or coordinated exercises with allied ships. They were ghosts in the machine of modern naval warfare, silent observers moving through the shallow, warm waters of the Gulf, tracing patterns that suggested not random movement, but a deliberate, curious study of the fleet's own patterns of behavior. The professional focus on the known threat of Iraq began to share space with a growing, low-grade fascination with this unknown, peripheral presence. What began as scattered, anomalous entries in the deck logs soon coalesced into a recognizable, recurring event. Night after night, with a consistency that felt almost bureaucratic, the contacts would appear. The timing was uncanny, invariably between 0200 and 0300 local time, in the deepest quiet of the mid-watch. The location was always the same general sector, a patch of open water to the southwest of the carrier group's typical patrol box. This wasn't random, it was a scheduled appearance. The behavior was equally predictable. The initial detection was always on the most sensitive passive sonar arrays. 3 distinct contacts would emerge from the acoustic background, their signatures faint at first, then solidifying as they drew closer. They moved in a loose, triangular formation, maintaining perfect station-keeping with one another. Their course was steady, their speed a constant 150 knots, a number that became as familiar to the night watch teams as their own ship's cruising speed. They would hold this deep, swift track for approximately 10 minutes, moving on a path that would bring them within a few nautical miles of the periphery of the carrier screen. Then, in a synchronized maneuver, all 3 objects would ascend. They would rise from their cruising depth of several hundred feet to just below the surface, their returns appearing as faint, fleeting blips on the surface search radars for less than a minute. It was as if they were briefly checking their position against the surface world, taking a visual or electronic snapshot of the fleet's nighttime disposition. After this brief surfacing, they would descend again, resuming their original speed and formation, but now on an outward-bound course, retracing their path away from the carrier group. The entire visitation would last between 20 and 30 minutes, from first detection to final fade-out. Then, the contacts would vanish, not by speeding away, but by gradually attenuating their signals until they merged back into the ambient noise of the Gulf, as if they had entered a zone or a mode that the ship's sensors could no longer track. The sea would return to its normal, tense quiet. The log entry would be made. 3 unidentified submerged contacts, behavior as previous. This pattern repeated, without fail, for weeks. This predictability had a profound psychological effect on the crew. The initial apprehension gave way to a strange familiarity. The night watch teams, especially the sonar operators and the tactical action officers in the CIC, began to anticipate the visitors. They would note the time, glance at their scopes, and there, almost on cue, the 3 familiar returns would appear. They were given an unofficial, neutral nickname, the visitors. Conversations about them lost their edge of alarm and took on a tone of curious speculation. The visitors are early tonight, one might say, or looks like they're running the same track. The complete absence of any threatening action became a key characteristic. The objects never approached closer than a few miles, a respectful standoff distance. They never changed their speed or formation aggressively. They emitted no electronic signals, attempted no communication, and showed no interest in the fleet's aircraft or its most sensitive activities. Their purpose seemed purely observational. They were like nighttime quality assurance inspectors, making a regular patrol to verify the presence, posture, and routine of the U.S. Navy carrier group. Routine became the most unsettling part. In a region defined by unpredictability, the threat of Iraqi SAMs, the unpredictability of Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps speedboats, the danger of mines. This one phenomenon was utterly predictable. It was a structured, intelligently controlled event that operated outside all known parameters of human naval operations, yet adhered to its own strict schedule and pattern. This suggested a purpose, a methodology, and a confidence that was deeply impressive and equally disquieting. The U.S. Navy was running a complex, round-the-clock combat air operation, and it had acquired a silent, nightly audience that arrived and departed with the precision of a metronome, observing the observers of the Gulf, turning the fleet's own vigilance into a spectacle for an unknown intelligence. The persistent, predictable nature of the visitors could not be ignored by command. This was no longer a matter for the night watch log. It became a formal fleet intelligence issue. A small, special observation team was assembled from among the carrier group's intelligence staff and the most experienced sensor operators. Their mandate was not to engage, but to document and analyze the phenomenon with every available resource. The nightly visitation was treated as a recurring, real-world intelligence target. Enhanced sensor deployment was the first step. The destroyer, most often in the optimal position for detection, was tasked as the primary observation platform. Its towed passive sonar array was fine-tuned for maximum sensitivity in the relevant frequency bands. A dedicated recording suite was patched into all relevant sensor feeds, sonar, radar, and electronic support measures to capture a unified data set. Attempts were made to document the brief surfacing events visually. Crews on deck with night vision cameras and long-lens photographic equipment tried to capture images during the moments the objects neared the surface. Success was minimal. The contacts remained distant, and in the darkness, they appeared only as faint, shapeless luminescent disturbances on the water, impossible to resolve into clear forms. More creatively, the team explored underwater options. A proposal was floated to deploy a remote-operated vehicle, ROV, or towed camera sled in the predicted path of the objects, but the risk of losing multi-million-dollar equipment to a high-speed collision was deemed too great. Instead, passive hydrophone arrays were repositioned to better triangulate the contacts, and a ship was directed to quietly drop sonobuoys in their anticipated track after they departed, hoping to capture residual acoustic data or any communication signals they might use among themselves. The core of the investigation was pattern analysis. Using the accumulated log data, the intelligence officers plotted every appearance, time, bearing, speed, duration. The pattern was rigid. Predictions were made for the next night's visitation. Expected time of first contact, likely approach vector, estimated closest point of approach. These predictions were disseminated to the watch teams. The next night, the objects appeared within minutes of the predicted time, on the predicted bearing. This confirmation was both a triumph of analysis and a source of deepening mystery. The phenomenon was not just regular. It was mechanistic in its reliability. To rule out sensor error or a localized anomaly, the carrier group's command quietly reached out to trusted coalition partners operating in the Gulf. Brief, encrypted messages were sent to the commanding officers of a British Type 22 frigate and an Australian guided missile frigate also participating in Southern Watch. They were provided with the basic parameters and asked to monitor a specific sector at a specific time with their own, different sensor suites. On the appointed night, both Allied vessels independently detected the three contacts. The British sonar room reported 3 high-speed submerged contacts, formation keeping, behavior as per your description. The Australian vessel's radar noted the brief, correlated surface disturbance. The data was consistent across 3 different navies' technologies. This multinational confirmation eliminated any remaining doubt about the reality of the phenomenon and immediately ruled out the known regional adversaries. Iraqi naval technology, largely destroyed in the war, was primitive and incapable of such performance. Iranian capabilities, while more sophisticated, did not include a submarine that could travel at 150 knots, hover silently, or operate with such flawless, nightly precision for weeks on end. The objects exhibited a technological gap of decades, if not centuries. The investigation also leaned toward the conclusion that the objects were unmanned, or if manned, contained within a hull that required no visible apertures or conventional control surfaces. Their movements were too precise, too unaffected by inertia, suggesting automated control or a form of propulsion that rendered crew limitations irrelevant. Their purpose remained the central enigma. The prevailing theory within the intelligence cell shifted from military threat assessment to one of scientific curiosity. It was hypothesized that the objects were autonomous probes of some kind, programmed to conduct a longitudinal study of the carrier group, monitoring its acoustic signature, its electronic emissions, its daily operational rhythms, and its reactions to their own presence. But then the pattern suddenly changed. After weeks of clockwork regularity, On a night when the observation team was fully manned and extra assets were on station, the expected 0200 appearance did not happen. The minutes ticked by. The sonar scopes remained clear. The predicted half-hour window came and went. A sense of puzzled disappointment settled over the CIC. Had they left for good? Had the investigation somehow been detected and prompted a withdrawal? Then, at 0345, over an hour late, and from a completely new direction to the northeast, the three contacts appeared. But this time, they were not following their standard track. They were moving slower, and their formation was different, a tight, single-file line. And they were on a course that would take them not past the periphery, but directly through the center of the carrier group's formation. The change in pattern heralded a finale. For several nights after the initial deviation, the visitors appeared erratically, different times, different approaches, but always the same triangular trio. The investigation team scrambled, their predictions useless. The sense was that the observation phase was concluding. Then, on the final night of the carrier group's scheduled patrol in that sector, the phenomenon escalated. Instead of 3 contacts, 7 appeared on the sonar screens. They arranged themselves in a complex, geometric formation, a hexagon with one central object, and began a series of synchronized maneuvers that seemed almost ceremonial. They moved in unison, performing slow, coordinated turns and depth changes that had a fluid, practiced grace. Then, as if on a silent cue, all 7 ascended together. They broke the surface not briefly, but held their position. For 5 full minutes, they remained visible on the calm Gulf water, arranged in their perfect formation. Word spread instantly through the fleet. Crew members not on critical watch streamed onto weather decks and catwalks, peering into the darkness. Through night vision scopes and binoculars, they saw them, 7 dark, cylindrical shapes, each emitting a soft, internal luminescence that cast a pale, blue-white glow on the water around them. They were featureless, smooth, and utterly silent. The silence was profound. The normal nighttime sounds of the carrier group, the hum of generators, the distant whine of jet engines on the flight deck, the murmur of voices, seemed to be swallowed by the quiet presence of the 7 objects. No sound came from them, no engine hum, no water displacement, no electronic whine. They simply existed, a silent tableau of impossible technology presented to the entire battle group. It felt less like an encounter and more like a farewell display, a final piece of data offered to their human observers. After the 5 minutes elapsed, the objects began to descend, not with a splash, but with a smooth, synchronized motion, as if sinking on invisible cables. Their lights dimmed as they slipped beneath the black water. The glow faded from the sea, and the normal darkness of the Gulf night returned. On the sonar screens, the 7 returns lingered for a few moments more, holding their formation as they descended. Then, one by one, their signals attenuated and vanished, not by moving away, but by simply fading from detection. They were gone. They were never detected again. Not by the USS Independence Group, nor by the coalition ships that relieved them, nor in any subsequent deployment to the Persian Gulf that has been publicly acknowledged. The pattern, after weeks of rigid consistency and a final week of variation, ceased permanently. The carrier group completed its patrol and rotated out of the region shortly thereafter. The nightly visitation was over. Comprehensive reports, incorporating all the sensor data, visual descriptions, and the analysis from the Special Investigation Team, were compiled and filed through classified channels. The official investigation was, by necessity, inconclusive. No identification was made, no origin determined, no intent conclusively divined. The most plausible theory within the classified summary was that the objects had completed a survey mission. They had gathered whatever data they were programmed to collect: acoustic profiles of the ships, patterns of life, electronic signatures, reaction protocols, and upon completion, had departed the area, their task finished. The purpose of that survey, however, remained and remains utterly unknown. Were they cataloging military capabilities for a future contingency? Were they studying human group behavior and technology as a scientific exercise? Were they simply monitoring the health of the marine environment in a region perpetually stressed by conflict and oil traffic? The Persian Gulf, a crossroads of ancient trade and modern conflict, holds many secrets in its shallow, warm waters. The 1992 visitation added another, a multi-week, systematic observation by intelligent machines of unknown origin, a silent audit of a naval power at its peak, which ended not with a confrontation, but with a silent, glowing farewell. From the warm, shallow, and strategically vital waters of the Persian Gulf, we now set a course for one of the most infamous regions of mystery on the planet. Our next chapter takes us into the heart of legend, the Bermuda Triangle. But this is not a tale of vanishing ships from lore. It is a documented account from the U.S. Navy's own records, where a modern oceanographic research vessel, equipped with the latest deep-sea scanning technology, encountered something that defied both geology and physics, a submerged anomaly that charts the boundary between the known world and enduring myth. Off the western coast of Andros Island in the Bahamas lies one of the U.S. Navy's most secretive and technologically sophisticated installations, the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center, or AUTEC. Its public-facing description is bland, a naval range for testing submarine systems and sonar. The reality is far more intriguing. AUTEC occupies a swath of ocean that is a natural marvel, the tongue of the ocean. This is a deep, U-shaped trench that plunges abruptly from the shallow Bahama banks to depths exceeding 6,000 feet, with sheer, near-vertical walls. The water is exceptionally clear and acoustically quiet, creating near-perfect conditions for underwater research and testing. AUTEC's primary, overt mission is the testing and evaluation of submarine technology. New sonar systems, stealth coatings, torpedoes, and underwater communication links are put through their paces here. But the facility's true capability lies in its sensor grid. The floor of the tongue of the ocean is carpeted with a permanent, extensive array of hydrophones, transponders, and tracking stations. This fixed infrastructure is supplemented by instrumented tracking ships and aircraft. The result is a comprehensive, three-dimensional surveillance net that can pinpoint and analyze any object or event within the range with astonishing accuracy. It is the underwater equivalent of NASA's mission control. The operations conducted at AUTEC are highly classified. Civilian and even most military air and sea traffic is excluded from the area. The personnel, engineers, technicians, and naval officers are specialists sworn to secrecy. Public knowledge of the facility is minimal, often shrouded in vague references or conflated with myths of the nearby Bermuda Triangle. Within the naval and intelligence communities, however, AUTEC is renowned as the gold standard for underwater data collection, a place where signal is separated from noise with unmatched precision. Because of this unparalleled sensitivity, the staff at AUTEC are the world's foremost experts in distinguishing between different types of underwater contacts. They can identify the acoustic signature of a specific class of U.S. submarine, the sound of a torpedo test, the biological chatter of a sperm whale pod, or the geological rumble of an underwater landslide. Their daily work involves analyzing a constant stream of data, classifying every ping, every echo, every transient noise. They are the ultimate arbiters of what is known in the deep. Yet, it is this very expertise that makes the facility's record of unexplained contacts so compelling. Over the decades, technicians and analysts at AUTEC have logged a number of detections that defied their classification systems. These are not ambiguous blips. They are solid, physical returns that demonstrate kinematics impossible for any known submarine or biological entity. They are logged internally with dry, technical descriptors, fast mover, deep diver, anomalous transient. These events are the occupational outliers, the data points that get set aside for special review, discussed in hushed tones during shift changes. The staff's experience means they are not easily spooked. They understand the capabilities and limitations of their own equipment. When they report a contact that moves at several hundred knots, makes instantaneous right-angle turns at depth, or descends vertically beyond the crushed depth of any manned vessel, it carries a weight that a similar report from a less equipped source simply cannot. At AUTEC, the unknown is not a product of poor sensors or operator error. It is a measurable, recordable intrusion into the world's most instrumented patch of ocean. In 1999, their instruments recorded something extraordinary. It occurred during a period of routine calibration, not a major weapons test. The fixed hydrophone arrays on the seabed, which constantly listened to the ambient sound of the trench, picked up a new signal. It was a low-frequency vibration, but unlike the rhythmic pulse of a ship's propeller or the chaotic noise of biology, it was a steady, modulated hum, almost melodic in its structure, and it was moving. It originated from deep within the trench, at a depth well below where any scheduled test was occurring. The signal grew in strength, suggesting an approach. In the control rooms on Andros Island, experienced analysts exchanged glances. This was not on the schedule. This was not a known signature. This was a primary source, entering the range from the abyssal plane, and it was about to interact with their sensor grid in a way that would produce a dataset of pure anomaly. The date was October 1999. The activity at AUTEC was a routine submarine tracking exercise. A U.S. Navy fast attack sub was playing the role of a contact of interest, its movements being monitored and plotted by the range's fixed and mobile sensors. The data flow was normal, the tracks clean. Then, a new return appeared on the edge of the tactical display. It was not the submarine. It entered the instrumented range from the south, from the direction of the deep Atlantic basin. The initial speed calculation, performed automatically by the tracking software, caused the system to flag an error. The number displayed was 500 knots. In the control room, the watch supervisor assumed a glitch. 500 knots underwater was not just improbable. It was a physical absurdity, like a car driving at Mach 1. He ordered an immediate system diagnostic and a manual recalculation. Operators cross-referenced the contact's position across multiple hydrophone arrays, triangulating its movement with painstaking precision. The result was the same and growing. As they watched, the object was not just holding this impossible velocity, it was accelerating. The numbers on the screen ticked upward: 550 knots, 600, 650. It peaked at a sustained speed of approximately 700 knots before leveling off. This was more than 10 times the top speed of the world's fastest military submarine. The scientific implications were immediate and staggering. Moving at such speeds through water should create catastrophic cavitation, the formation and violent collapse of vapor bubbles due to low pressure. This phenomenon is incredibly noisy, destroys propeller blades, and creates a massive, turbulent wake that would light up the sensitive hydrophones like a fireworks display. The AUTEC sensors detected no such cavitation signature. The object's acoustic profile was eerily clean, dominated only by that strange, low-frequency hum and the faint rush of water displaced by its passage. Furthermore, the pressure wave generated by an object of significant size moving at 700 knots should have been detectable as a seismic event on the seabed sensors, a deep, thrumming shockwave propagating through the water. The readings showed only a minimal, localized disturbance, as if the water's resistance was being somehow negated or circumvented. It was as if the object was moving not through a dense, viscous liquid, but through a medium as thin as air, or as if it was somehow slipping through the water rather than pushing against it. This suggested a propulsion and hull technology that fundamentally altered the object's interaction with the physical environment. Concepts like supercavitation, where a craft is enveloped in a giant gas bubble to reduce drag, were known to the engineers at AUTEC, but even theoretical supercavitating vehicles were projected to top out at maybe 200 knots, with a tremendous and very specific acoustic signature. This was different. The data implied a form of field propulsion or mass reduction that minimized hydrodynamic drag to near zero, a technology that resided in the realm of theoretical physics, not naval engineering. What made the AUTEC data so compelling was the multi-system confirmation. This wasn't a single sonar operator's report. The object was tracked by the permanent seabed hydrophone grid, by the hull sonars of at least 2 surface tracking vessels, and by sonobuoys dropped from AP-3 Orion patrol aircraft that was vectored to the area. Each system, operating on different principles and frequencies, recorded the same incredible kinematics. The data streams were time-synced, creating a cohesive, three-dimensional track of the object's flight through the tongue of the ocean. Every piece of recording equipment, from magnetic tape drives to digital data links, captured the event in its entirety. The object held its 700-knot course for several minutes, traversing the entire length of the deep-water trench. It showed no interest in the U.S. submarine conducting its exercise, nor in the surface tracking ships. It moved with a straight-line purpose, as if transiting a highway. Then, as it approached the northern boundary of the instrumented range, it began a gradual descent, its speed unwavering, heading toward the sheer wall of the trench and the even deeper abyss beyond the Bahama Banks. Its signal remained strong and clear until it passed beyond the edge of the sensor field and faded into the unknown depths of the Atlantic. The data was clear, consistent, and completely impossible. In the aftermath, the recordings were scrutinized by the best analysts and physicists the Navy could bring to bear. No one could propose a conventional explanation that fit the parameters. The object had demonstrated a mastery of hydrodynamic physics that turned established principles into mere suggestions. The 1999 AUTEC Fast Mover stands as perhaps the single most well-documented case of an underwater object achieving speeds that, by all rights, should not exist in that medium. It was a data point of pure anomaly, a benchmark for the impossible, recorded by the most trusted sensors on the planet. The aftermath of the 1999 event triggered a formal, multi-layered response within the tight-knit AUTEC community and the wider naval intelligence apparatus. The facility's director was personally briefed within hours. Recognizing the unprecedented nature of the data, he ordered an immediate, thorough review, not of the contact, but of the systems that recorded it. Senior engineers and calibration specialists spent days examining every component of the sensor grid involved. They checked power supplies, timestamps, signal paths, and recorder alignments. The conclusion was unequivocal. There had been no equipment malfunction. Every system had functioned within its specified parameters. The calibration of the hydrophone arrays and tracking software was confirmed as accurate. The data, however extraordinary, was considered operationally reliable. With the integrity of the data confirmed, the technical report was elevated. A formal incident report was prepared, compiling the raw sensor feeds, the triangulated track data, the speed calculations, and the spectral analysis of the anomalous hum. This dossier was transmitted via secure courier to the Office of Naval Research, ONR, in Washington and to the relevant desks within naval intelligence. The data was too significant and too inexplicable to remain solely within the AUTEC vaults. Briefings were scheduled at the Pentagon for senior officials and defense scientists with the necessary clearances to examine the material. These meetings were not speculative or sensational. They were sober, technical examinations of an empirical puzzle. The data was presented without embellishment. Here is what our best instruments recorded. Teams of defense scientists and aerospace engineers, some from private contractors with top-secret clearances, were given access to the sanitized data sets. Their task was to analyze the kinematics and acoustic signature and propose a terrestrial explanation, a black project, a foreign breakthrough, or a natural phenomenon. The consensus that emerged was firm. No current U.S. technology, classified or otherwise, matched the performance. No known foreign adversary possessed such capabilities. The object's behavior was not just advanced, it was orthogonal to the entire trajectory of human submarine and propulsion engineering. This forced a consultation with theoretical physicists. The object's apparent negation of hydrodynamic drag and cavitation pointed toward principles beyond conventional Newtonian mechanics. Scientists discussed concepts like magnetohydrodynamic, MHD, drive at scales and efficiencies never achieved, or more exotic ideas involving the manipulation of inertial mass or local spacetime. One prevailing theory among the consultants was a form of field propulsion, a technology that creates a localized bubble or field around the craft, effectively allowing it to slip through the water or air by altering the fundamental properties of the medium in its immediate vicinity. This would explain the lack of cavitation, the minimal pressure wave, and the ability to achieve such speeds without apparent structural stress. The files documenting the event, the internal reviews, the scientific consultations, and the official report were classified at a high level, likely within a special access program. They are not publicly accessible. However, the case is acknowledged within certain defense and intelligence circles. It is not a myth, it is a reference data point. The AUTEC fast mover is sometimes cited in classified briefings and internal discussions as a benchmark for anomalous performance. It serves as a concrete example of a detection that passes all filters for authenticity, yet defies all frameworks for explanation. This has had a practical effect. The data from the case, with identifying markers removed, has been used in advanced training for sonar and sensor operators, particularly those destined for assignments at sensitive installations like AUTEC. The message is not about UFOs or aliens. It is about data integrity and anomaly recognition. Trainees are shown the track and told, this is what anomalous data looks like when the sensors are working perfectly. Your job is to recognize it, record it, and report it without bias. The case exemplifies the principle that the most confounding mysteries often arrive not as blurry photos, but as crisp, unequivocal data streams. Sometimes the most credible cases are the least explained. The 1999 AUTEC incident carries the maximum weight of credibility, flawless sensors, expert witnesses, scientific review, and offers precisely zero satisfying answers. It stands as a monument to a specific type of mystery, not a lack of evidence, but an abundance of evidence that leads to a conceptual void. From the pristine, instrumented waters of the Bahamas, we make our final descent into the deepest, most personal kind of encounter. Our last case returns us to the Pacific, but to its most remote and hostile expanse, where a lone naval aviator, separated from his squadron and low on fuel, witnessed something that defied not just physics, but the very logic of survival in the empty ocean, a USO that didn't just perform, but seemed to offer a fleeting, enigmatic gesture of assistance. For the personnel stationed at AUTEC, the 1999 event was not an isolated shock, but a particularly dramatic peak in a long-running pattern of anomalous detections. The facility's unmatched sensitivity means it operates as a constant monitoring station for the tongue of the ocean, and it continues to log unexplained contacts with a regularity that has become an accepted, if classified, part of the job. Staff, especially veteran sensor analysts, are familiar with what they informally call the visitors, returns that exhibit non-standard kinematics, appear on no schedule, and vanish from the most sensitive arrays without a trace. This persistent activity has fueled speculation among those with clearance to discuss it. A recurring theory, whispered in the facility's secure corridors, is that an underwater base or installation of unknown origin exists somewhere in the profound depths near or within the Bahamian archipelago. The region's geology supports the idea. Beyond the tongue of the ocean, the area is a maze of deep water trenches, sheer drop-offs, and vast submerged cave systems, a hidden landscape where almost anything could remain concealed. AUTEC's own data sometimes suggests objects emerging from or submerging into specific, deep-sea locations rather than just transiting through. The facility's proximity to the legendary Bermuda Triangle is often noted, not as a supernatural connection, but as a geographical one. The same deep, complex waters that create navigational hazards also provide an ideal environment for clandestine underwater operations. Historical records and declassified Navy files are peppered with reports from pilots and ship captains in this region describing strange lights moving beneath the waves or objects shooting from the sea into the sky, narratives that stretch back decades before AUTEC was built. These modern, instrumented encounters seem to merge with older folklore. Local Bahamian fishermen have stories passed down through generations of glowing boats that travel underwater or strange, silent craft that rise from the deep at night. Where ancient mariners spoke of sea monsters and disappearing islands, AUTEC's telemetry records fast movers and deep divers. The phenomenon appears consistent. Only the language used to describe it has evolved from myth to metric. AUTEC remains, first and foremost, a primary research and testing site for the U.S. Navy. Its official purpose is unchanged. Yet, the volume and quality of anomalous data it collects inevitably leads to a tantalizing, unanswerable question. Is the facility's true, if unstated, value not just in testing our technology, but in passively studying theirs? Does the Navy maintain this supremely instrumented range in a hotspot of activity precisely because it offers a front-row seat to phenomena it cannot replicate, in hopes of gleaning some insight through observation? The data continues to be collected, analyzed, and stored in classified databases. Government interest remains ongoing, as evidenced by the facility's continued high funding and security. The mystery is not a relic of 1999. It is a living, breathing aspect of the deep water environment AUTEC monitors. Every new shift of analysts reviews the real-time feeds, aware that the next inexplicable track could appear at any moment, adding another data point to a puzzle that refuses to be solved. Our final case brings us to the modern era, to the personal testimony of a man whose life may have been touched by this same enigmatic presence. It moves from the macro, institutional view of AUTEC to the micro, human experience of a single pilot in a moment of crisis. We travel now to the vast, empty quarter of the Pacific known as the Pacific Void, where a routine training flight turned into a struggle for survival, and where an impossible object rose from the depths not to observe, but perhaps to intervene, leaving behind a mystery not of physics, but of intent. The objects that appeared on the live feed, and to the eyes of the lookouts, were not amorphous lights or distant, ambiguous shapes. They were clearly defined spheres. Each was estimated to be approximately 6 feet in diameter, about the size of a large weather balloon, but with a key difference. Their surfaces appeared dark, almost non-reflective, absorbing the ambient light of the ship and the overcast sky rather than shining or glowing. They possessed no visible features, no seams, no ports, no windows, no antennae, and critically, no visible means of propulsion. There were no wings, rotors, jet nozzles, or exhaust plumes. They were simply dark, perfect orbs hanging in the air. Their flight characteristics were immediately unnerving. They demonstrated a flawless hovering capability, holding a fixed position relative to the moving ship despite the wind and sea spray. When they did move, it was with a smooth, silent authority that defied the wind direction. They could accelerate from a dead stop to speeds estimated well over 100 miles per hour in an instant and decelerate just as quickly, coming to a perfect hover without any drift or momentum. This instantaneous control over inertia suggested a form of propulsion that acted on the object's mass directly, rather than pushing against the air. There wasn't just one. Multiple spheres were present, often operating in loose but coordinated groups. They would spread out, then converge, mirroring each other's movements in a silent, balletic display. At times, they would approach the vessels closely, within a few hundred feet, allowing for clear observation through binoculars and stabilized cameras. They exhibited what could only be described as investigatory behavior. They would pace the ship, rise to observe the superstructure, or dip down to examine the waterline. Throughout, they displayed no hostile action, no weapons were deployed, no targeting lasers painted the ships, no aggressive maneuvers were made. The most extraordinary behavior, and the one that cemented this as a USO event, was their interaction with the ocean. Individual spheres would conclude their aerial inspection and then simply descend toward the water's surface. They did not slow or alter their approach. Upon reaching the water, they did not splash, float, or bob. They pierced the surface tension with as little disturbance as a stone slipping into a pond, and disappeared beneath the waves in complete silence. The transition from air to water was seamless, as if the two mediums were identical to them. Immediately after a sphere submerged, the ship's sonar operators would report a new, solid contact at that exact location. The object would continue its movement underwater, its speed and maneuverability apparently undiminished by the denser medium. Cameras, both standard optical and forward-looking infrared, FLIR, captured these descents. The FLIR footage was particularly telling. It showed no thermal bloom from engines, no heat signature differential from the sphere itself. It was as thermally neutral as the seawater around it. The object was just as comfortable and just as capable in the ocean as it was in the air. All of this was captured on multiple video systems. The footage was time-stamped with the ship's secure GPS time, and metadata was automatically embedded, logging the ship's position, heading, and sensor parameters. The videos, along with the correlated radar and sonar tracks, were saved to multiple secure hard drives as part of standard procedure. The event was not witnessed by a lone sailor. Dozens of crew members on the bridge, on deck, and in the CIC saw the spheres with their own eyes. Their reactions, captured on internal communications recordings, ranged from stunned silence to hushed, professional exclamations. The communications over the ship's internal net and between the two vessels maintained a professional, if strained, tone. Situational reports were called out clearly. Object descending into water at bearing 270. Sonar confirms submerged contact, holding speed. At one point, as the number of spheres visible in the air and tracked underwater climbed, a seasoned officer on one of the bridges, surveying the tactical display, was heard to mutter over an open mic, "This is a goddamn fleet." The comment, unprofessional in its bluntness but utterly accurate in its sentiment, captured the overwhelming nature of the encounter. For hours they remained, observing and being observed. The spheres cycled between air and water, their numbers fluctuating as some descended and others emerged, maintaining a constant presence around the ships. The crew settled into a surreal new routine of documentation and watchfulness. The initial shock had worn off, replaced by a focused, almost clinical determination to record every possible detail of this unprecedented multi-domain event. The USOs were no longer just unidentified. They were demonstrating an integrated, transmedium operation on a scale never before documented, turning a routine transit into a front-row seat to a technology that rendered the ship's own formidable capabilities curiously landlocked. In May of 2021, a dramatic video found its way into the public domain, not through official channels, but via documentary filmmaker Jeremy Corbell and news website The Debrief. The footage, sharp and clear, showed a spherical object hovering near a Navy ship at night, before descending into the ocean. Accompanying graphics identified the vessel as the USS Omaha. The public release was a bolt from the blue, providing a visual corroboration to what had, until then, been largely censored data and testimony. Almost immediately, a Pentagon spokesperson confirmed the video's authenticity in a terse statement, acknowledging it was taken by Navy personnel and that an investigation was ongoing. The public and media reaction was significant and distinct from earlier UAP disclosures. While the 2017 Nimitz videos showed distant, blurry tic-tacs, the Omaha footage was close-up, unambiguous, and featured a clearly defined, technologically exotic object. More importantly, the narrative that accompanied it explicitly highlighted the transmedium aspect, the sphere's seamless transition from air to sea. This forced the USO concept, long a niche subject, squarely into the mainstream conversation about UAPs. Headlines spoke of Navy UFOs that go underwater, merging two previously separate realms of mystery. This case acted as a powerful catalyst for renewed official interest. Members of Congress, already briefed on the Nimitz events, pointed to the Omaha video during hearings, demanding to know what was being done about incursions into restricted military training areas. The public credibility of the evidence, a clear video from a U.S. warship, made dismissal impossible. In response, the Navy further formalized its UAP reporting guidelines in 2022, and the case was officially added to the growing list of incidents under investigation by the newly formed All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO, within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. ARO's very name and mandate, All-Domain, reflected the lesson of cases like the Omaha. The phenomenon was not confined to air or space. It operated with equal facility in the world's oceans. The office was tasked with synchronizing efforts across the Pentagon to detect, identify, and attribute these objects, with a specific focus on any associated threats to national security. The USS Omaha incident became a textbook case for the new office, a multi-sensor, multi-witness event involving transmedium objects in a tactical environment. Despite this high-level attention, no official explanation for the Omaha spheres has been provided to the public. The case remains officially unidentified. The ARO's initial reports reference it, but offer no conclusions. This lack of an answer, paired with the evidence's strength, has had a liberating effect. Encouraged by the changing climate, several sailors who were aboard the Omaha and the accompanying USS Ralph Johnson during the incident have come forward, both anonymously and on the record, to share their experiences. Their accounts add rich, human detail to the video. The palpable tension on the bridge, the professional awe in the CIC, the sheer number of objects involved. Analysts began to note a pattern. The Omaha encounter occurred off the coast of San Diego. The famous Nimitz incident of 2004 also occurred off San Diego. Both involved carrier strike groups. Both involved objects demonstrating transmedium capability. This suggested the waters off Southern California might be a persistent hotspot for this activity, a kind of recurring observation post near one of the largest naval bases in the world. The question shifted from what was it to why here? Why would these objects repeatedly interact with the U.S. Navy's premier training and deployment grounds? The USS Omaha proved what many suspected: this is ongoing. It was not a relic of the Cold War or a one-in-a-million fluke. It was a meticulously documented event from the 21st century, involving the Navy's newest warships and sensors, showing that the phenomenon was not only real, but was actively engaging with modern military forces. The video and its aftermath demonstrated that the mystery was not receding with better technology. It was becoming clearer, more defined, and more demanding of an answer. The sphere that slipped silently into the Pacific that day did more than disappear into the water. It plunged into the heart of the modern debate about what shares our world, leaving only ripples of questions that continue to spread. We have journeyed together through 10 documented cases, spanning from the 1950s to the present day, from the Mediterranean to the Pacific, from the tense surface of the Cold War to the digital clarity of the 21st century. Despite the decades and miles between them, these encounters share a constellation of consistent characteristics. They speak of objects capable of impossible speeds underwater, seamless transitions between sea and sky, and a recurring, non-hostile demeanor that suggests observation rather than conquest. The technology on display is not just a few years ahead of ours. It operates on principles that seem to rewrite the rules of physics as we understand them. The credibility of these accounts is their foundation. These are not stories from lonely backroads. They are reports from the bridges of aircraft carriers, the sonar rooms of nuclear submarines, and the control centers of the world's most advanced missile ranges. The witnesses are trained observers, pilots, radar operators, captains, whose careers depend on accurate identification. The data is often multi-sensor, corroborated across different ships, different nations, and different technological eras. Governments, after decades of denial, are now acknowledging the reality of these encounters, even as they confess they have no explanation for them. So what are we left with? The questions are as vast as the oceans these objects inhabit. What are they? Where do they come from? And what, ultimately, is their purpose? The behavior pattern across the decades strongly suggests a long-term, systematic program of observation. They appear near naval exercises, weapons tests, and strategic choke points. They pace our ships, inspect our technology, and demonstrate their own capabilities in ways that feel like deliberate communication of their superiority. Perhaps we are being studied. Our military development, our group behaviors, our technological progress, monitored as one would monitor the growth and activity of a fascinating, if primitive, civilization. This leads to a profound shift in perspective. We have long assumed that unidentified objects originate in the sky, from somewhere out there. But the preponderance of evidence, their comfort in the deep, their silent operation underwater, their frequent emergence from the sea, suggests the ocean may not just be a theater for their operations, but their primary domain. Think of it, 71% of our planet is covered in water. The average depth of the ocean is over 12,000 feet, a volume of space that is almost entirely unexplored, unlit, and unmapped. It is the perfect place to hide, to develop, to exist undisturbed. The deep ocean trenches are more alien to us than the surface of Mars. What if we have been looking up for the answer, when we should have been looking down? Ancient maritime legends from every culture speak of mysteries in the deep, of lost cities, of strange lights, of gods and monsters rising from the waves. Our modern encounters, recorded on sonar and FLIR video, may be the same phenomenon, now witnessed through the lens of technology. The pattern that emerges from 1958 to 2023 is not one of invasion, but of persistent, quiet coexistence. They have been here, operating in the deep, likely for far longer than our brief history of sonar. We share this planet with an unknown intelligence. Whether it is indigenous to Earth's hidden abyss, or has made the ocean its home after arriving from elsewhere, is perhaps less important than the reality of its presence. Their technology suggests an understanding of the universe that we have not yet grasped. Their behavior suggests a patient, long-term interest in our activities. Are they watchers, guardians, scientists, or simply neighbors who find our surface-bound bustle worthy of occasional, curious inspection? The answer to that may be the deepest mystery of all. As our journey ends, the mystery continues. It continues in the quiet hum of a submarine's sonar, in the sweeping gaze of a cruiser's radar, and in the vast, dark silence of the deep sea where our light does not reach. The 10 cases we have explored are not conclusions. They are waypoints, signposts in an ongoing story of discovery and wonder. They remind us that our world is still rich with the unknown, that the map is not fully drawn, and that the greatest adventures may not lie in distant galaxies, but in the unexplored depths of our own beautiful, mysterious ocean. Let that mystery soothe you, not unsettle you. For in the grand scale of things, we are all just beginning to learn the true nature of the water planet we call home. As we surface from our deep dive into these 10 cases, the cumulative evidence forms a picture that is both undeniable and profoundly mysterious. We have not been exploring rumors or grainy photographs, but documented encounters from the logbooks of the United States Navy and its allies. From the glowing disk beside the USS Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1958 to the silent spheres surrounding the USS Omaha in 2019, a period spanning over 6 decades, the thread of the unknown runs unbroken through the history of modern naval operations. The common elements are too consistent to be coincidence. Across oceans and generations, these objects demonstrate performance characteristics that place them in a category of their own. Speeds in water that shatter hydrodynamic limits, instantaneous acceleration and right-angle turns, seamless transition between sea and air, and an ability to operate at depths that crush conventional submarines. They are not just fast, they move in ways that suggest a complete mastery over inertia, pressure, and medium resistance. The technology on display is not merely advanced, it appears to operate on a different set of physical principles altogether. The credibility of this evidence rests on a formidable foundation: the witnesses. These are not casual observers. They are Navy commanders, fighter pilots, sonar technicians, and radar operators. Individuals whose professions demand precision, skepticism, and acute situational awareness. Their testimonies are corroborated not by anecdotes, but by the hard data from the most advanced sensor suites of their eras: Aegis radar returns, magnetic tape recordings from towed sonar arrays, FLIR video timestamps, and synchronized tracking plots from multiple vessels. In cases like the 1972 Norwegian Sea incident or the 1992 Persian Gulf patterns, this corroboration was international, with British, Norwegian, and Australian assets confirming the same contacts. Perhaps just as telling as their capabilities is their consistent behavior. Across the decades, these encounters are overwhelmingly characterized by a non-aggressive, observational posture. They pace our ships, inspect our formations, and sometimes display what appears to be intelligent curiosity, like the objects at the Pacific Missile Range positioning themselves in the bullseye, or the visitors in the Gulf maintaining a nightly schedule. They demonstrate awareness, sometimes anticipating our maneuvers, and choose timing that suggests an understanding of our military exercises. Their actions imply a controlling intelligence, one that is patient, methodical, and profoundly confident. The environment itself offers a crucial clue. While these objects can clearly operate in the air, the overwhelming body of evidence points to the ocean as their primary domain. They are most often detected first by sonar, emerging from the deep. The sea, covering most of our planet and hiding its greatest secrets in perpetual darkness, provides the perfect base of operations for a presence wishing to remain discreet. The transmedium capability seems less about being an aircraft that can go underwater and more about being an oceanic entity that can, when it chooses, breach into our aerial world. Officially, the mystery persists. While government acknowledgement has grown, from confirmed videos to updated reporting guidelines and congressional hearings, the vast majority of data remains locked in classified vaults. Yet, public awareness and serious scientific interest are undeniably increasing. The stigma that once silenced witnesses is slowly eroding, allowing more stories and data to emerge. We are left, then, not with a void, but with a solid, evolving dataset of the inexplicable. The evidence is no longer sparse or questionable. It is repetitive, multi-sourced, and spans the entire technological age of naval warfare. It tells us that something operates in our oceans with a freedom and capability we cannot match. Something is observing, learning, and occasionally revealing itself to the most instrumented observers on Earth. The decades of consistent encounters have answered one persistent question. The question is no longer, are they real? But what are they? We have moved from a debate over existence to a deeper, more profound mystery of identity, origin, and intent. The ocean, it seems, has been keeping a secret, and through the careful logs and recorded encounters of those who patrol its depths, that secret is gradually, silently, coming to light. We are no longer in an era of simple denial and dismissal. We have entered what many call the modern disclosure era, a period defined not by a single revelation, but by a gradual, official acknowledgement that the phenomenon is real, physical, and worthy of serious study. At the forefront of this shift within the U.S. government is the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO. Its mandate is critical: to synchronize efforts across the Department of Defense to detect, identify, and attribute unidentified objects in all domains: air, space, and, crucially, underwater. For the first time, USOs are formally included in the same investigative framework as their aerial counterparts, a tacit admission that the mystery is not limited to the sky. This structural change is mirrored by ongoing activity. The Navy and other branches continue to detect these objects. With updated reporting guidelines and a slowly lifting stigma, more cases from the past are coming forward, and new incidents are being logged with greater transparency. Whistleblower protections have been strengthened, encouraging military personnel and intelligence community members to share what they know without fear of professional reprisal. Congressional oversight committees maintain active interest, holding hearings and demanding regular briefings, ensuring the issue remains on the official agenda. Beyond government corridors, the phenomenon is being taken seriously by new audiences. Mainstream scientists, once hesitant to engage, are beginning to examine the data. Academic institutions are launching preliminary research initiatives, applying rigorous analysis to declassified footage and sensor data. Private organizations and research groups, some founded by former government officials and scientists, are independently tracking cases and advocating for more open inquiry. Perhaps one of the most significant developments is the rise of citizen science. Applications like Enigma allow service members and civilians alike to report sightings directly into a structured database, contributing to a broader pattern analysis. This democratization of data collection means that the next crucial encounter might be documented not just by a warship sensor suite, but by the crew of a commercial fishing vessel or a civilian research submarine, adding new perspectives to the puzzle. Our own technological progress fuels this investigation. Sensor technology, both military and civilian, improves exponentially. Higher resolution cameras, more sensitive passive acoustic monitors, and advanced AI-driven analysis software mean that when an anomalous event occurs, the evidence captured is clearer, richer, and more definitive than ever before. The proliferation of underwater drones and the rapid expansion of ocean exploration, driven by both scientific and commercial interests, are illuminating the dark corners of our seas. We are, in essence, turning the lights on in our own planetary basement, and we may not be alone down there. This forward momentum leads to natural speculation. Perhaps, with sustained effort and improving technology, we will one day achieve a formal identification. Perhaps contact of a more direct nature will occur, not as a silent observation, but as a deliberate communication. Or, perhaps the intelligence behind these objects prefers its long-standing strategy of silent observation, content to study us from the shadows of the deep for centuries more. The mystery may very well persist. It has endured for all of recorded history, after all. But the key change is our posture. We are no longer looking away. We are searching, documenting, and analyzing with a seriousness that matches the weight of the evidence. The truth about what shares our oceans, and perhaps our planet, is down there. It is waiting in the pressure of the deep trenches, in the silent currents of the abyssal plain, in the moments when advanced technology meets the inexplicable. And perhaps, one day, we'll finally understand. Perhaps the pieces will click into place, the pattern will become clear, and the silent watchers in the deep will step from mystery into knowledge. Until that day, the search itself, the calm, curious, persistent pursuit of the unknown, is a testament to the human spirit. It is a journey that continues with every sonar ping into the dark, every radar sweep of the horizon, and every courageous report from those who have witnessed the extraordinary. The story is not over. The next chapter is being written now, in the depths, and in our growing determination to see what lies beneath. Our journey through the deep is now complete. We have sailed together across decades and oceans, from the Mediterranean moonlight to the foggy Norwegian Sea, from the strategic Gulf of Aden to the instrumented waters off San Diego. We have listened to the stories not of fear, but of profound wonder. Stories of brave sailors, calm professionals who stood their watch and witnessed the passage of something extraordinary, something that whispers of a world far stranger and more fascinating than our everyday concerns. Now, it is time to rest. Let these stories, these echoes of sonar pings and glimpses of silent lights, gently drift through your mind. There is no puzzle you need to solve tonight, no mystery you must unravel. Your only task is to release the weight of the day, to let the calm, rhythmic certainty of the deep sea wash over your thoughts. Allow your breathing to settle into a slow, steady tide, in and out, like water softly lapping against the hull of a ship safe in harbor. Picture the vastness of the ocean as night falls upon it. The surface, now calm and smooth as dark glass, reflects the endless scatter of stars above. It is a silent, beautiful boundary between the world we know and the immense, hidden world below. Beneath that mirrored surface lies the deep, a realm of eternal twilight, of mountains and valleys unseen, of pressures that would shape you like clay, and of a quiet so complete it is itself a presence. In that profound darkness, ancient and patient, mysteries move. They have always been there. The world is so much bigger than we know. It is stranger, more layered, and more wondrous than our busiest days allow us to imagine. And that is perfectly okay. In fact, it is a comfort. It means that no matter how much we map and measure, wonder remains. It means that adventure is not confined to storybooks. It pulses silently in the heart of our own planet, just beneath the waves we sail upon. This mystery is not a threat. It is a reminder that we are part of something vast, ancient, and still largely unknown. So, tonight, rest in that mystery. Sleep wrapped in that wonder. There is a deep peace in accepting that some questions do not have immediate answers, that some stories are still being written in the dark. Let that acceptance calm your mind and quiet your thoughts. Tomorrow will bring its own light, its own new questions to ponder. But for now, let the night hold you. Dream, if you wish, of deep water, of gentle, weightless sinking into the blue silence, of distant, curious lights that observe without malice, of the quiet hum of a ship cutting through a star-reflected sea, guardian and witness both. Dream of the patience of the deep, where time moves differently, and secrets are kept for centuries. Your journey through these tales of the unknown is done. You have been a perfect companion, listening with an open and curious mind. Thank you for allowing this voice to guide you through the mysterious depths. Now let it go. Let the words fade, leaving only the feeling of calm, the image of a starry ocean, and the gentle, soothing certainty that you are safe, you are still, and the world is full of quiet marvels. Sleep well, traveler. The ocean keeps its secrets, cradling them in the dark, just as the night now cradles you. And so will we, holding these mysteries lightly, with curiosity and peace, until next time we choose to dive below the surface of the everyday, into the deep, relaxing wonder of the unknown. Good night.